I am a moron. I've been talking to you guys for the last 2 minutes, and I forgot to unmute myself on OBS. Now I just feel like a fucking idiot. God damn it. That's how it is. That's the day it's gonna be. Oh, how's it going? Oh, man. I was wondering, I'm like, man, something don't feel right. I can feel it in my bones. Something's wrong here. I'm doing something wrong. Okay. So, just don't salt my cereal with FGO salt. No promises. As a start to this, may I just say, oh, Saber flipped. Anyway, first of all, why is it display capturing? There we go. Can I just say, as a start to this, there's a random note here. Of all the fucking songs in the playlist, can you not? No, we're skipping this. No, we're skipping this. No. No, you're a cursed song. Stop. Oh, it's gotta be one of those days. There are like 200 songs in that fucking playlist. Anyway. Random note here. I was just reminded about how fucking terrifying sleep paralysis actually is. Like, holy shit, that stuff is awful. I have not experienced sleep paralysis in like years. But about an hour ago, when I woke up, my brain woke up before my body did, and I was just stuck there, and I was like, this is no good. Because I could tell what was happening. It's an awful feeling. Anyway, yeah, so that is literally the very first thing that I saw when I woke up. Well, felt that when I woke up. And then I forget to unmute my mic, followed by more stuff. Do I need any context from FGO to understand this stream's content? I mean, probably not. This stream's content is probably just gonna be some like random, just me randomly scuffed talking about stuff as I play FGO. Time to see some max grilled copium units. Yeah, so, yeah. This is the very first time I'm streaming FGO. So, I guess the thing that we actually need to start with is actually showing off my servants. And I say this for two reasons. Number one, showing off my... What this does is it accomplishes two things. It allows me to brag, because I'm a day one player. I'm not a whale or anything, but on a serious note, I think that the most interesting part about FGO's gameplay, most of the time, is it's a team building game. It is not like a... FGO's actual gameplay when you're playing turn to turn isn't that important. A lot of the time, it's like kind of whatever. But a lot of the things that I find interesting about FGO is that like you're just trying to like team build stuff. Oh, that's funny. It says all the servants are new because of moving the account from whatchamacallit. But I feel like not a whale's sus. So, I can tell you I have infinite stories about FGO. As I said, I am legitimately actually a day one player. In fact, when FGO originally launched, oh wait, can I think that Tamamo Girl? Yes, I have all the Tamamo Girls. When FGO originally launched, in Japan, I actually saw the trailer and I downloaded whatchamacallit. I saw the trailer and I downloaded the Japanese version after jumping through like 3 or 4 hoops. And I tried to play the game for so long, but I just don't listen. I don't understand moon runes. Okay, I do not understand Japanese. I have taken 2 semesters of Japanese in college. I still don't understand Japanese. Fuck, kanji is a nightmare. I wanted to play. Does anyone know how to? Is it just part one opening? Yeah, this is what I wanted to play. And then just try to guess who they were. I remember we figured out who Darius was because of the framing of him being carried, and also because he was punching Iskandar, and Iskandar being Alexander the Great. We were like, all right, who does Alexander the Great not like? Who is the enemy of Alexander the Great? Because they kind of paired up everyone, kind of historically, and or with like fate context. Um, why is my favorite Genshin content creator playing FGO? Yeah, we had figured out who Darius was before any of the servants had been announced. We failed Skahawk so hard. We did not figure out who Skahawk was. To be fair, Skahawk is a really, really obscure character from history. She does not have... She's, like, mentioned in a few stories, but she's not, like, a big deal, so, you know... I don't feel too bad about missing Skahawk. Anyway. So, servants. So, I've been playing for... You didn't like the pity system in Kitchen. I've been playing FGO for... since day one. I've taken breaks from it here and now. I think my longest break was actually rather recently. I took like a 6-month break from the game after I didn't get BB for 3 years. And I was like, you know what? I'm kind of pissed off at this game, so I just didn't play it for a long time. And then January of 2022, so this year, I came back to it. You can very easily get a sense of what characters I like if you look at something like my support list. I have every single Tamamo grilled because Tamamo's a good character. I have Shiki. I have both Shikis at level 90, and I have both Jeans at level 90. I'm a man of simple taste. And here, I'll try to... Let me... So who's that? So Tamamo no... Whoops. I wanted to go to... Tamamo no Mai is this character. It's a fox girl. Who... If you're asking me to try to explain who Tamamo no Mai is, it's kind of difficult. Because a lot of characters in Fate have like fucking whole Wikipedia pages on them, like long Wikipedia pages on them, including Tamamo. If you're asking just like for me the briefest, I could try to explain it. That could be interesting. As I'm like trying to play it. So okay, so just know I'm going to like go into a game here real quick, but like just know that Tamamo is the fox girl. Jean Alter is this chick, the emo girl, the god, and who's the last one? Shiki. Shiki's this girl. Dio pulls the whiteboard. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna pull out the whiteboard. Explain all the fates. I could do it. I could talk about Fate for an infinite amount of time. Don't tempt me. Oh yeah, let's tilt the hell out of the people that are actually know about FGO while I farm QP during the event. So, as I had mentioned, my 3 probably favorite characters are Tamamo, Jolter, and Shiki. I haven't grilled Shiki to 100 just because I don't have the fucking materials, and also because I want to grow Angramanyu eventually. I've only seen 3 Fate series, and I'm seeing a lot of new characters. Yeah, you're going to be seeing a lot of new characters. If you've never played FGO, because of the way that gacha needs to work, where they constantly need to update their games, they constantly need to release new characters, like that's literally the business model, you are going to be seeing a lot of new characters if you've never played this game. Even if you're like really adept with Fate. Like as I had mentioned, me and my fucking Fate fanboys, were very adept and very like had watched like a ton of Fate stuff, and we didn't even know like half of the characters that were being flashed before our eyes. gonna be Giguk all over again. So me and Giguk know each other on a spiritual level, not personally, but on a spiritual level. Me and Giguk get each other. Oh, fuck, it costs too much. Hold on, I'm trying to figure stuff out. I'm team building right now. I think Cha-Cha was spawn 9? Yeah, she was. Spent too much time on League. I have a new lore series I need to analyze. I think League and Fate are actually the two that I know the most about in terms of lore. I fucking bought the fucking League book. All right, I'm a sucker. Lore diving is fun. Yeah, it's one of the things that I have an attachment to, as it were. Anyway, so Tamamo, Fox Girl, right here. Trying to sum up Tamamo in. Oh, I need to. Oh god, hold on. Oh god, all my settings reset. Oh, it's at 1x speed. How do I change this? How do I fix it? How do I turn off the? Oh god, wait. No. Oh Jesus. Okay, there we go. Fix that. I was gonna go insane. Anyway, Tamamo no Mai is a fox girl. She's one of a trio of very important whatchamacallit, demons slash yokai inside of Japan. In actual history, Tamamo was a pretty much immortal fox girl that went around tricking a whole bunch of people. Like she kept turning into like the consorts of emperors and making them do really fucked up shit. If she did, quote unquote, if the stories about her were quote unquote true, then what was really happening was that every single time an emperor did some whack shit, they would pick a woman and then blame it on Tamamo no Mai. They'd go, oh, well, you know, I kind of did torture that guy, but actually my wife told me to do it, and my wife was being possessed by Tamamo. And I mean, like, this was over a long period of time. So this was like a big meme for a long period of time. These were probably just stories. But in general, that's how most of the stories went. And so her portrayal in actual history and actual mythos in like our world is very negative, because she is just like this trickster kitsune who comes in, possesses a woman, and then forces the man that loves that woman to do fucked up shit. However, in Fate, very specifically, yeah, I killed a guy, but really it was my wife did it. And when I mean my wife, I mean this fox demon. Yeah. But in Fate, they kind of give her a sympathetic twinge that I actually like quite a bit. Yeah, so in Fate, to start off with, in Fate, she's the whatchamacallit, she's part of Amaterasu, which is a goddess. It's a very important goddess inside of whatchamacallit, a very important goddess inside of Japanese Shintoism. I'm not going to get into it. Anyway, that's not really important. What's more important to like Tamo's character, in terms of how it differentiates from actual mythos inside of our world, is that Tamamo is a. So in history, Tamamo like possesses a woman, and then she just tricks the man into loving her, and then in order to get her way. But in Fate, she possesses a woman and actually falls in love with someone. She actually falls in love with some emperor, and tries her best to become a good wife. But what ends up happening is that the emperor, because of like the help of like a Shinto priest, realizes that he has married a fox demon, and because of the negative bad rep that fox demons get, the same way that like that the real Tamamo in our myths has a bad rep, like it just goes around like if you know that your wife is possessed by Tamamo, that's not a good thing, and so the emperor orders her to be killed even though she's done nothing wrong. All that happens is that the Shinto priest realizes that Tamamo exists, and the emperor who's married to her says, "Oh, you tricked me, so now I'm going to order your death." She tries to run away, and the forces chase her into some forest and corner her, and she's forced to kill like hundreds of people in order to just survive until finally she's sealed and killed away permanently. It's like a really like it's like a more tragic tale. Yeah, she's kind of like she's literally Ari. Yeah. Actually, wow, she really is Ari. Although, well, Ari, technically, Ari's story was a little bit changed. Where Ari right now, it's not like her husband and her knew what they were doing. Both of them, well, both of them loved each other. And it's not like her husband was tricked into marrying a fox girl. Ari's husband knew damn well what he was doing when he he knew damn well what he was doing. It's just that Ari couldn't control her powers, and her powers were to absorb lives. Yeah, to be fair, Ari actually did fuck up the person that she whatchamacallit. Ari literally did fuck up the person that she loved. Wait, why do you hate your time? Why do you hate our time? Wait, what do you mean? What did I do? No, this is on ×2 speed. Oh, are you just talking about the fact that I'm randomly grinding daily quests? Don't think about it. Oh, I see like a whatchamacallit. I see a an interesting. So yeah, so in terms of as you guys were talking about before, um, he asked how many sabers there were. Oh, I see. Anyway, you guys were talking about the Tammy versus Castoria debate. Just as a side note, I think that debate's kind of antiquated because I don't think they do the same thing. Castoria is they're very clear. So, in farming, double Castoria is obviously better. And in whatchamacallit, in challenge content, so in any hard content, Tamamo paired with Castoria is very obviously better. Double Castoria is pretty strictly worse than Tamamo Castoria instead of challenge content. But if you're farming, double Castoria is always going to be better because double Castoria gives you more upfront charge. So I don't think it's not a debate. They're just better at different things. Because Tamamo can heal. Tamamo is going to be borderline necessary for some fights. Because you can't just permanently have Castoria's NP up all the time. You think you can, but you can't. So when you take damage, Castoria has no healing, and so you need Tamamo. And also, Tomo's MP gives a lot of things that Castoria wants. Tomo literally does everything Castoria can't. So she can't heal, she can't reduce skill cooldowns and stuff like that. So, yeah. How many saber faces are there? I'll think about that. I'll think about answering that question. Anyway. Do not answer. Yeah, there are... I'm trying to think if more than there should be. That's how many saber faces there are. More than there should be. We're just gonna make some cursed farming teams real quick. I actually don't even know if I'll be able to clear this, but we'll see. So the other one, Jean, is nowhere near as in depth as the as Tamamo. God, seeing all these new servants pisses me off so much. I'm gonna have to fix this off stream. It's so distracting seeing the shiny new on every single one of my servants, and knowing that I have to long click on every single one of them, in order to get them away. This is driving me insane, and I hope you realize this. I'm slowly losing my mind. Besides that, Jeanne d'Arc is really similar to the whatchamacallit, the actual Jeanne d'Arc. Virgin history fan from Fate versus Chat history fan from Honkai? Wait, what the fuck does Honkai have to do? Anyway, so Jeanne being the Maiden of France, she was a very prominent figure inside of France for a long time. She was like a holy virgin, holy maiden, who helped save France and yada yada. The important thing for mostly Fate is that Jeanne d'Arc, specifically this version, the actual Jeanne d'Arc, she at the end of her days, she's lived her whole entire life in service of God. Like she's like the definition of a lawful whatchamacallit, lawful good paladin. Hey, could I talk to God? Then they killed her. Yeah. She's like a lawful good paladin. Even though the rest of France turned on her and they burned her alive for being a witch because she was too good at what she did, she just accepted that and said, "Yeah, it's part of God's plan. I don't care." And then Fate, who was already an alternate history game, made an alternate history for the alternate history where Jeanne was actually super pissed that her whole everyone turned on her. And she cursed God and is a narcissistic goth girl. So I'm curious, as a side note, what the fuck does Honkai have to do about history? Does Honkai have like a whole bunch of history stuff? Yeah, she's a Cinderella goth girl. I just think Jean. So with Tamamo, I actually like her character. I just think Jean is really funny. I'm not gonna lie. I just think Jean is supremely fucking funny. Where she's just like they. She is very much just a. She's like, but what if God was cringe? They took Jeanne d'Arc, the little holy maiden of France, and turned her into a tsundere goth girl. But like, but what if God? Kind of, I don't know, kind of sus. Honkai has things that give you stats, mostly represented by his like Tesla and Edison. That's interesting. Both Tesla and Edison are also in whatchamacallit, by the way. Both Tesla and Edison are in FGO. I could show you Tesla, but I can't show I can show you Edison, but I can't show you Tesla. Because I don't have Tesla. Elon Musk is escaping me. So how are you streaming Scrippy? No. Oh god. It took me so long to figure out how to stream FGO. I am not using GeoScrippy or Scrippy. What I'm doing is I'm using Google Backups. Oh wait, oh fuck, that's a John Brave chain. So the way I'm actually streaming this at the moment is that because I really so I tried Scrippy, but having both of my phone trying to do its thing and then controlling it through the phone was a nightmare. I just wanted to do something where I could get it onto an emulator, which is currently happening. I'm streaming this through LD Player. And the way I did it was that there is if you back up all of your phone's data, and you have an Android phone, then you can go into the files and take the identification logs from one of the folders, and put it onto the same exact folder on an emulator, and you can actually play on both accounts at once. So this is my normal account, obviously. I didn't it's not a new account. I didn't buy the account. However, if I were to close this instance of the game and I were to go over to my whatchamacallit, if I were to close this instance of the game and go over to my phone, I would still be able to have both accounts. What this does is because FGO is an archaic old man, as I had mentioned before in my review, it does not even have you can't play on multiple devices at once. Every single time you want to change your device, you don't just log in, you have to use a transfer code, and it's this nightmare shit. What's wrong with Android? No, it's honestly not an Android problem. Everything I just described is not Android's fault. It's fucking FGO. Not a new account has a lot of characters. Yeah. I might die here. I might have to actually think about this. Okay, for those of you that don't know, you could have just started an JP account to stream. I could have, and I might in the future if I want to continue playing FGO on stream. Trying to see me struggle and figure out stuff because I don't know Japanese would be kind of funny. Also, FGO don't like or really allow emulation or like it. So, FGO with emulation has been a long road. Yeah, no, it's been pretty rough for a long time. They've been weird about it for quite a long time. No one knows why. Well, maybe it has something to do with like selling accounts, but yeah, they've been really they usually don't outright ban people for emulation. I think that there was like at the very start they were banning people and then they gave up and stopped. It seems to me like FGO doesn't really care about emulation. What they really care about is buying accounts, is buying and selling accounts, which usually is caused by a lot of frequent emulation. Because when you frequently emulate stuff, you can run like 4 instances of the same exact game, and you can run macros to do it as well. Which FGO did not like, because they really don't like buying and selling the buying and selling of accounts, because it loses them money. Because what people will do was that they'll run emulations and they'll run macros and stuff like that in order to get a whole bunch of quartz onto an account, like a 200 quartz account, and then they'll sell that account to people for like $50. I know this because one of my friends who stopped playing FGO wanted to sell their account and learned of this underground market, as it were. Don't kill John. Okay. FGO JP is not as hard as you think. Maybe. Well, so I'm saying like understanding it. I don't know Japanese. It's the reason I'm not playing JP in the first place. Okay, anyway, so I have to here. Well, I don't have to. I can explain. Don't kill John. Which one? Anyway, it might be a good time to explain to those that don't understand anything about FGO about what the gameplay of FGO is. So, every single character that you see here, as you can obviously see, but you can have 3 units on the field at a time. Every single unit has their own kit. What I mean by their own kit is that it's basically a card game. Every single unit has their own deck. You see that John has like Quick, Arts, Buster. Where other Jean has Quick, Arts, Buster. And then every single turn, 5 of the cards from all 3 of your decks, as it were, your character decks, will be pulled and you can do things with it. Buster cards just deal more damage. Arts cards give you more Noble Phantasm gauge, which is like your big move that I'm going to be using 2 of. And Quick cards give you crit chance. In addition to that, every character has an NP, which is the big super move. And every character has skills that have to do with their kit. That's the quick and dirty of it. That's the basic of it. Imagine quitting a game and selling it. Weak mindset. So he, at the end of the day, he didn't actually sell his account. He was looking into it. He has, without exposing too much. Well, you don't know him, so it's fine. Without exposing too much, he has he's pretty bad with gambling. And so having the account available to him was very rough for his mental. He spent a lot of money specifically to get certain characters, and was thinking about selling his account just so he didn't have the access to it anymore. I don't speak a lick of Japanese, but the fundamental gameplay is still the same. No, I think that that's why I said I don't think it would be like extremely hard. I think it would just be funny. Because I know enough about FGO to probably play on the JP version, but it probably would be pretty funny for me to like fucking try to figure out what's going on sometimes. I might do that. I might do a JP run, like a free-to-play JP run and see how far I can get without rage quitting. I might die here. One of my units might die here. Okay, so avid gamblers should not play gacha games. Yes, correct. Which was why he was struggling at the time. He's gotten much better with it. I think currently right now he still plays the game. He's just he's much better in control. I say he's much better in control. And recently he just spent like $200 to get Sei and didn't get her. But you know, it is what it is. He's doing... That's much better, by the way. That is much better than what he used to do. We don't even talk about what he did to get Moriarty. We've come full circle, and here we are to FGO. Run from it, dread it. FGO comes all the same. Also, I saw Skorak recently. Oh, where's he at? Yeah. What are we talking about? We're talking about a bunch of stuff. In general, we were talking about FGO stuff. I had just shown my FGO account for the first time. Hold on, we gotta play this MP in 1x speed. I fucking love this. I love edgy. Okay, as a side note, you can see that there are 2 Jean Alters on my team. This one is Summer Jean Alter, where they turned her into a Chunibyo that talks to her hand because her hand is infected with the dragon. Sometimes FGO is a funny game. Anyway. FGO trading on JP is so inflated that you can spend $50 to get accounts with NP 5 stars. Yeah, that makes sense. That doesn't surprise me. I didn't put any... Wait, what? Oh, I didn't put the right Cs on. Well, it is what it is. She's the Dragon Witch. No, correct, yeah. That face Manchini's real. Yeah, so so those are 2 characters. I like Tamamo because I think Tamamo is a really interesting character from history. And also I like the twist that Fate puts onto her character, where actually she wasn't that bad of a person. She did just want to be a good wife, but because of the stigma that her past had given her, she was hunted down and killed basically for what she is. I think Tama's a cool character. I just like Jean because she's funny. They literally turned the Holy Maiden of France into an edgy tsundere goth girl. Love it. And then they came out with a summer skin, and she's an edgy tsundere goth girl that talks to herself because she's a chuny. Yeah, they had summer alts way before, yeah. And yeah. And as with Shelter, summer alts and FGO are their own characters. Like they're literally other units that you have to roll for. God, chat is so full of like actual paragraphs. That's like what we talk about FGO and chat's just chat's like chat's writing essays. Oh, I'm reading. JP's been around. Okay, yeah, no, that makes sense. Yeah. No one was really asking me anything. So anyway. And by the way, they know how funny a lot of this is. Jolter is basically a joke character. So for those of you that have never been introduced to Fate, this is Jeanne d'Arc Alter Santa Lily. She is Jeanne d'Arc, the Holy Maiden of France, but she's Jolter. But she's young Jolter. But she's young Jolter from an alternate timeline that thinks that she's Santa. Sometimes they're just taking the piss. Every time I think about Jelter, I fucking it's a good meme. Oh yeah, no, it's funny game. Because Fate at this point very much understands that they are the funny game, and so they just don't care. Yeah, her community name, by the way, they call this character. The community calls this character Jelter. By the way. Want to see what they've done to Jack the Ripper? I actually have Jack. So they turned Jack the Ripper into a lolly. How do Alter and Lily work? Aren't those servants opposite states? No, they're not opposite states. An Alter unit is literally just an Alter of a unit. So the Jean, where's normal Jean? Hold on. try to find things. This is Jean. She's the base Jean, as it were. Like, she's the Jean that's actually true in Fate lore. And then the alter unit is in like an alternate timeline, as it were, where an alter unit like Jean Alter here is, what if Jean, when she was being burned alive at the stake, instead of accepting her death, got really pissed at God for killing her, and for everyone betraying her. That's basically the difference. Is that like Jean and Jalter were the same exact person, all the way up until they were about to die. Jean accepted her death and saw it as part of God's plan, where Jalter got really, really pissed and swore vengeance on God, and became a goth girl. Lily is just the younger version of a character. So if you look at someone that Fate Stay Night fans might know, like Medea. So this is Medea, from Greek mythology and from Fate Stay Night. And Medea Lily is young Medea. That's all that she is. Where's she at? What the fuck is Medea Lily? Where's Pancakes? There she is. And this is Medea Lily. I sympathize with Alter more than Base John. I think both of them are interesting characters, because they represent to me, the whole Jalter meme, as it were, strongly represents the struggle that a lot of theists deal with at least one point in their life, where you have to look at something horrible that happens in the world. And for Jean and Jalter, it was literally like everyone turned on them, called them a witch, because Jean was how dare she be a woman that's prolific and good at things. And so she was killed, and she was burned at the stake for that. And they called her a witch. And when terrible things happen to you, when you're pushed to the brink to that extent, do you still believe that God has a plan for you, or do you turn on God? Do you turn your back on God? Goes up in rarity the younger you are. Don't think about that. Don't think about it. Don't ask that question. I thought Lily was the servant without the basic tragedy. That's the core. That usually happens. I don't actually know if that's like the actual stipulation for the character. It might be. Now that I'm thinking about it, that tracks. What you said, Skorak, tracks for I think every one of the lilies. So maybe you're right. But I don't. Alter does not necessarily mean evil, though. To be fair, right? Like all Alter means is that they're basically an alternate universe version of the character. Died under new management. Yeah, but the reason that was the actual reason that she died was because she threatened the rule of the new king, because the people loved her so much that the new king felt threatened by her existing. However, the reasons that they gave for her, like the way that they got people to turn on her was by calling her a witch. Was by basically by running a smear campaign against her. Saying that that she all of the things that she had actually done were used by black magic, and then they burned her at the stake. So she did die under new management. You're right, but the reason, like the reasoning that new management gave to kill her was they didn't like kill her because they couldn't, because everyone loved her. Yeah, exactly. Rig trial, yeah, basically. Abby on full is she? Is she? Where is Abby? Where's Cthulhu? Oh god, she is. I never use Abby. There we go, I fixed it. Wait, no! Why? What? Fix it. Stop it. Go back. Man, woman, or mud? I think you just mud. What do you mean? I fixed it. If it makes you feel any better, I think Jack the Ripper's on Sprite 1. There we go. Look, it's fine. History's just YouTube drama with stains. Oh, that's funny. Anyway, someone mentioned this before. Jack the Ripper. Yeah, Fate turned into a lolly. Not one of my favorite characters. I actually really don't like it. Like, the reasoning they give is like really weird. I don't know why they did this. I still don't understand why they did this. The superior Apocrypha servant's fucking Mordred anyway. Great lore, different design, please. No, I agree. I don't know why. So like, I like the idea that she's like the lost souls of industrial London or whatever. I like the idea they're going for. I don't understand why that idea needs to be a loli. I don't understand. I don't get it. Yeah, anyway, Mordred's the real Apocrypha servant. Bunch of different kids. She just chose the farm. No, so again, I do know why. She's like an amalgamation of all of the different lost kids during the like all of the lost kids story in London for et cetera. It's rough. The kids were not the only one to die that way. It did not need to be children. Oh, it's literally prostitute abortion souls? Maybe I don't actually know all of my fucking... Can you understand why her non-armored clothing looks like that? Give Jack penis. Jack was aborted children's souls? Okay, it makes slightly more sense. I haven't watched Apocrypha in a long time. You still could have gave her pants. Listen, you are never going to convince me that this needed to happen in this way. You were never going to convince me that this needed to happen in this way. You could give me all the fate reasons in the world. This did not need to happen in this way. You could have altered the story a little bit. You could have not altered the story a little bit, and then just not given her this outfit and the personality that she has, where she calls everyone mommy. What was the last one? Oh, Shiki. Yeah, I was talking about Shiki. Shiki. Why do I like Shiki? Well, I just like Kari no Kyokai. I can't really. Again, there is obviously like, well, I shouldn't say obviously. There is a like quote unquote deeper reason. The same with like Tamamo, why I like Shiki so much. But the problem is that all the reasons that I like Shiki are very much just because K&K is a fucking awesome movie series. K&K is very good. Yeah. Kari no Kyokai, by the way, for those of you that don't know what I'm saying when I'm saying K&K. Kari no Kyokai is a series by Nasu, by the author of whatchamacallit, by the author of the Fate series. That does not have any. It's not really related to Fate. It barely has any of the same characters in it. But the real K&K is good. I can't stumbling over my words. K&K is just a good series. It's just a very good series. How do I feel about Arcade getting Tiamat? I don't really fucking care. I'm not that big of a fan of Nero anyway. Look at that. Isn't Altera supposed to be Attila the Hun, but she's a girl and also she's an alien? Yes. Nero Chaos is canon and mobile, and I am almost positive that Arcred is going to be coming to FGO this year. Anyway, I think you probably saw her. That's why you mentioned something. Yes, Attila the Hun. Altera is Attila the Hun, but she's an alien because she's Mars's daughter, and the Greek gods in Fate lore are mecha aliens. We don't talk about the moon. we don't talk about the moon, Skorag. I thought I already outlined the rules to you. I thought I already outlined this rules to you. The moon doesn't exist. We don't talk about the Greek gods. The Greek mecha alien god. Duh, we don't talk about the moon. The moon never happened. It makes me want to talk about the moon. Oh, Jesus. No, see, listen, you guys are talking about, like, oh, it's like, oh, man, I want, like, Nero Chaos, or I want, whatchamacallit, the other one? I want Nero, but Tiamat? You don't understand. All I want, speaking of Mordred, speaking of Apocrypha. Why is my boy Shishigo not a... Why is my boy Shishigo not a servant? Let's make Shishigo a servant. That's when we're really getting robbed. Explain BB? No. That's my real guy. Shishigo's a fucking awesome character. Give me Shishigo. Make him into a whatchamacallit, a pseudo servant. Explain BB. I really don't want to explain BB. Shishigo is still alive? How does that work? Don't think about it. Well, because, so, the, Apocrypha is not canon, as it were. Apocrypha is an alternate universe from the main Fate Stay Night, canon, and in Fate Stay Night canon, because Apocrypha never happened, Shishigo's still alive. Because he never summoned Mordred, because Apocrypha never happened. Do a summon? Well, first of all, I just want to, because the people that are saying it, this is BB. Everyone say hi to BB. I'm not explaining BB. He's got a shotgun? Would he be an archer? Hell yeah. All these banners suck. Why would I summon? All of these banners are awful. From a friend that's put... Yes, so yeah, normal people cannot become servants, but gods and other people that are important, such as Muramasa, can possess people, and then those people can become servants. I don't know why you summon. I don't play this. Get the special. These banners suck, and I have to save for Castoria. Okay, this banner's super cursed. God, I really don't want Bradamante. I don't like Bradamante at all. Don't you want Nintendo Switch Girl? Not really. Yeah, the SQ count is real low. I had to, because I rolled for Summer BB again until I finally got her. I'll roll my tickets. But that's all you're fucking getting. Oh, I have to play Specialist, I guess. I'm rolling my tickets, and I guess you're just gonna watch me suffer for a little bit. Streamer luck? Rane Mane's cheeks, though? If I get Bradamante, by the way, I'm gonna be mad at you. No, see, Dimdom, don't even say, oh no, Specialist. I already know for a fact that nothing is going to happen here. I'll roll one on every banner. Because I've been playing FGO for a very, very, very long time. I already know that nothing, including changing the music to meme music, will actually save you. You know how confident I am? I'll fucking roll out Story Banner. I don't give a fuck. I already know for a fact I'm not getting anything important here. Specialist cannot save you this time, chat. This is FGO. This is my territory. I already know this is gacha hell. How to jinx yourself? No. Not this time. Not this time, chat. This is FGO. This is my domain. You hold no power here. You hold no power here. Specialists hold no... This is not the land of God. We had a request of Dio to be a yandere. I'll think about it for the next wheel roll. Do you have Fujino leveled? We don't talk about it. I couldn't get Fujino. So I need to... So instead... On the Fujino banner, instead of getting Fujino, I got another copy of Saber Shiki. Yeah, I wanted Fujino quite a lot, but instead God went. Yeah, it is what it is. What happened to the Kana banner? Don't speak her name. Don't stop talking. No, we can do some random. We can do some random. Whatchamacallit? We can do some random Valentine's Day stuff. Be honest, is this game worth it if you play it because you're a huge fan of the series? I'd say only play it if you're a huge fan of the series. So, yes. I think that the gameplay of FGO gets stale after a while. And the only real reason you should be playing FGO is if you are a massive fan of the series. Because there's a lot here to... Oh, God. It's the nun. Because there's a lot of stuff that, whatchamacallit? There's a lot of stuff to love if you're a Fate fan. Oh, Master, I was wondering where you might be. She's gonna turn me into a Shudda? Can we... You spend some time right now? No, I wanna leave. I want out. I want out. I'm not explaining BB. I'm not explaining BB or Kiara. You fucking can't make me. I'm not explaining who this character is. She's a nun. Okay, she's a nun. She's a nun. She is just a nun. It's unfortunate that as long as a result. Read about it later. It's a special day. Even I cannot believe how much my heart is dancing. Out of like the 200 female servants that I have, it has to be the other moon servant. It's been so much fun looking for someone whom I hold such great affection. Are you coming down with something? Are you okay? Are you okay, woman? Please leave me alone. Please leave me alone. Get away from me. Fuck. She's so powerful. Safe for work server. What emulator are you using? I'm using LD Player at the moment. I'm sorry, forgive me. I promised myself I would be calm and composed as a spring today. Interactions with Kiara are... Yeah, no. I can promise I won't give in to temptation if I'm pushed too far. I can't... So she likes it if I speak well of her. She likes it if I yell at her. There's no winning here. I'm just fucked. I express my gratitude at some point. Honestly, if you think about it, masochists are chads, right? Like you can't beat them. Like, what are you gonna do? Yell at them? Hit them? They're into that. This character is a representation of my Discord. Surprise? I'm not so insensitive as to let an opportunity like this pass me by. It's been a long time since I gave a gift to anyone besides myself. At least she's not date raping us like some of the other servants. Did she like sweet rice cakes? Where is that part of the lore from? When did Kiara turn out to like sweet rice cakes? I do not remember this part. Nothing tastes sweeter than these. She gave me sweet the summer tamama scene, yeah. I could have made you chocolate. Wait, what? I could have made you chocolate you would have been sure to love and lashed into your heart like a hawk ensnaring prey in its talons. God, I want to run. But for some reason, I wanted to take this opportunity to learn more about your taste. Do you hate them? Yes. I can just say yes. Makes me greatly ashamed of my own wantonness to hear that. No, I feel kind of bad. I don't feel bad anymore. I no longer feel bad. Reveal the true nature I've been keeping hidden all this time? Oh no. What? So guys, I may have lied when she's not, when I said that she was just a nun. I may have, to explain this, you see, the nun, she, Remember when I said that she wasn't gonna date rape me? Where's Melt? Melt, save me, please. BB? You must be anemic from low blood sugar. You can have my sweet rice cakes if you like. And now I'll get to enjoy it for hours on end. Does it just fade to black here? I'm not reading that line. I'm not reading that line. Go on and free yourself from earthly burdens. So, they're Kiara's, rice cakes. They're Kiara's rice cakes. Her rice cakes. That was canon in a doujin somewhere? Absolutely. Rice cakes. Nice. By the way, pause here for a second. Does FGO have special music for these scenes? I don't remember. Here, have some more coffee. Oh, it has voice acting. Because of the voice acting. I'm actually kind of very glad that we did not listen to the voice acting of the last scene. Well, I'm done for the last 2 hours and drink coffee.
だからこそ得られるものもあるのよ。
What?
そうね。そろそろいいかしら。砂糖もミルクも一切入ってない純粋ブラックコーヒーを10杯。あんたの舌は今や苦味で麻痺した頃合いでしょう。
I just love how much of a like an evil tsundere she is.
そこでこれ。
So she sat me in a room. She sat me in a room and force fed me black coffee. And force fed me black coffee for 2 hours just to give me chocolate.
コーヒーの苦味によってチョコの味などわからない。それでいいの。なぜなら失敗したから手作り。
This is the perfect example of what I was talking about, where I love how stupid of a character she is. She reminds me of Veigar from League of Legends. That's what she is. She's Veigar, right? Where she's like comically evil. She's like dumb evil.
前回はなぜあんなに見事に完成したのか、全く不思議なほど失敗したから。
Bro, why is she like this?
なので、チョコの味がわからぬように舌を麻痺させました以上。何よその顔は。だらしがない、締まりがない、みっともない。え、嬉しい？何が
？Stop laughing. I am evil. That line.
今のは違うわ。違うの。言い間違いよ。ただの市販品よ。
I fucking love Shelter so much. I fucking love Shelter so much. She's so dumb. She's so dumb.
そんな安値で売ってない？いいえ、売っていたのよ、偶然ね。ねえ、帰らせてもらうわ。うん。
I'm leaving. Goodbye.
これで勝ったと思わないことね。じゃあ本当に帰るわ。ああ、それから。
You skipped the hoarding? What do you mean I skipped it? Oh, the person that just came. Yeah. There's still no other chocolate like that in the whole world. Yeah, sure.
自分でも何言ってるかわかんないけど、とにかく貴重品だから味わって食べるように。いいわね。
No, Zolter is like... I really do like what they've done. Is she coming back again?
それから。
I was like, why is this scene not ending? Anyway, I want to see what this is real quick. What is? I want to see what kind of chocolate she gave. No, let me see it. No, damn. Give it to me. I need to see it. Which one was it? This one. Not a heart chocolate. Not a heart chocolate. Not a heart chocolate. It's very clear that she made a heart chocolate then broke it up. Read the details. What? You're gonna eat it anyway, so what does it matter what it looks like? No one cares if it's broken, failed, or messy. It's fine because you can still eat it. At least, hey, listen, and you listen good. At least it tastes good, so don't give a damn. I can't read it. It's so funny. Next year, oh, just you wait until next year, got it? Next year, my chocolate's gonna be so good, you're gonna get down on your hands and knees and bake, cry like a baby. Jesus Christ. Is that right? Smug? Smug in quotation marks? This is the real reason to play FGO right here. Who cares about the gameplay at FGO? I might just spend a while doing this. This is very amusing. Oh, it's Atalanta. Another Apocrypha character. Yep, FGO's strongest strength is still running. Yep. Makes me wonder on the details of the sweet rice cakes. Don't make me go back there. That's a nice little... This is a nice little nod to Atalante's lore. The apple and the which one try to catch me. Oh wow, that was really short. Apple arrow. Oh, is it an apple and... Oh, that's actually really cool. This is actually nice. It's like it's an apple, and it's she made 2 chocolate sticks that are made of that's nice. Year 1 short servant scene? Yeah, it is. Yeah, I assume that all of the servants that were from the first year are going to have really short scenes. Feel free to use this apple against me in a race if you want. So yeah, so the in general, if I remember correctly, with Atalante, when she got married, so someone asked for her hand in marriage. I don't remember who, but it wasn't like a big Greek figure. Anyway, someone asked for her hand in marriage. And she challenged them to a race. Because she thought that she couldn't win. She thought that there was no way that she was going to lose the race, because she was like really, really athletically strong. So I think that what the guy did was like throw apples in front of her in the race to distract her, because she just loved apples. And so she lost the race because she was too busy eating apples to win the race, and she got married. If I remember correctly, that is her lore. Hippomenes? Okay. Yeah, he's not like a big deal in Greek lore, so I never remember the... Oh, it's another one of the Argonauts. I love the tense music. Force someone into wifehood by throwing apples. Listen, Medea, you don't have to do this. You can go back to Shouichiro. The gods do a little trolling. Greek gods do the Greek gods do a lot of trolling. They do a maximum amount of trolling. Medea is criminally underrated. So is Stanley a servant yet? Not yet. No. In a very real sense. Oh, that's adorable. Anyway, Medea is one of my favorite characters from Greek mythology. Her story is very interesting. Yeah, all Medea wants is a faithful husband. True. That's all she's ever wanted. Jason is a fucker. Oh no!
待ちしておりましたマスター。
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no 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 no! Hey. Hey buddy. How's it going?
は？なぜにマイルーム？なぜに夏？あれは誰だ？美女、淑女、才女、天女。
Listen, Tom. Listen, Toms. Listen, Tomo.
などと数々のクエスチョンをものともしない両妻狐。夏の獣、たまもちゃん様、サンシャイン。
Her fucking voice actor always never ceases to amaze me with just how funny she sounds.
真冬の寒さとか気にしない。甘いチョコを持って。
Tomo, you're on camera. Calm down. Tomo, the bottom of summer.
Yes, of course. マスターったらノリがいいんですからもう。
Must have had a blast voicing this scene. Tomo's voice actor must have a blast when she's voicing most scenes. The way that she like slides her voice in the middle of the sentence is so funny. Like the speed at which she does it. She's like Shaw on crack.
これには私の尻尾も跳ね上がるというものです。獣の本能が目を覚ます。
Tomo, please, you're on camera. Tomo.
といけません。今回は脱線はなし。ストレートに王手をかけましょう。
Her range is incredible, yeah.
ささ、マスター、こちらへどうぞ。今日が何の日かお分かりですね。
I have Summer BB, yeah. Dio, control yourself. Tomo's the one that needs to control herself.
これこそ下切りスズメのベニエンマちゃんに教わった禁断の激ヤバ落とそ2017。
Oh, that's interesting. The tongue separate sparrow Benienma. I didn't notice that they mentioned Benienma before she was released in Tomo's Valentine, didn't they? Lily smiling up to his cheeks. Hey, don't rat me out like that.
まさにガッド格闘。
God, the cocktail. Can we play that later?
見てください。この縁起物しかない地獄の海を。まさにガッド格闘。
You fall for this every year? Shut up.
もちろんパラソルも食べられます。何しろガッドですからガッド。
It's very peak content, yes.
Perfect タマモワード、略してパマモにおいて食べられない箇所などないのです。
Whoa. Okay. It's peak comedy.
ささ、どうぞお召し上がりくださいませ。とっても美味しいですよ。お酒とか入ってませんよ。
It doesn't contain a drop of alcohol. Doesn't it say cocktail right there?
いけない。タマ持ったら手が滑っちゃいました。
Tamamo, this is date rape.
惜しかった。1.5 分間。愛とは力、すなわち戦いなのです。さらば清姫さん。
Tamamo, you can't.
さあさあ、もっとどうぞそこまで。
Tamamo.
マスター。一口飲めば意識朦朧、二口飲めば天井下脱。これを飲んでもう一度めくるめく Love and Dream Back and へ参りましょう。あ、なんたる夏の魔力。この後マスターを見た者はいなかった。
So it was a cool bomb.
ナレーションを入れてみる私なのでした。じゃあ、とももちゃんとの第一弾。
Tamo's drugging someone. Yeah, so the English mixed in throws me off. Yes, it does. Yeah, Oh, it's because I have this before, so it didn't actually show me the whatchamacallit. It didn't actually show me the cocktail. Yeah, so that's a best girl. She did just drug you and drag you off to somewhere, and we never see you again. That happens. You only faint because it's so delicious. It's not alcohol, not one bit. It's... Hamama does not lie. It did not have alcohol. I mean, let's be honest, death by Snoo Snoo is the best way to go, right? Did we skip this one? Did we, am I on a list now? Am I, I just realized that you guys couldn't see all of the dialogue because Saber waving was blocking you. Why didn't you say anything? I don't remember. Do we... This is definitely putting me on a list, right? I'm just gonna... We're just gonna pretend we were never there. We're just gonna slowly back away from that situation. Who is this? Who is this? This is BB? No, please don't tell me this is actually BB. God damn it. God damn it. What BB is this?
そんな非生産的時間消費に夢中だとは思いますが、今日はそれどころではありません。
I have hit literally every single one of the servants I wanted to avoid.
なんと、お客様はランダム抽選により人類代表に選ばれちゃったのでした。はい、そういうわけで。 急いで着替えてくださいね。パジャマとかパンエチとか倫理コード。
I'm actually I'm right now I'm thinking. I am right now. I was actually trying to piece together how to explain BB, and it would be an exercise in nightmare. It would be one of the worst things I could ever imagine. Like, I would have to, like... Because in order to explain BB, you have to, like, explain the Sakura 5. And in order to explain the Sakura 5, you do have to explain the Moon Grail. At least to a small extent. And then you get into, like, the simulation theory. And I just don't... I don't want to... like, I...
何をするのかですか? はい、具体的に言うと、
and then BB's like she's like an AI, but not really, because like the way that I have a really bad feeling about this. She's just Sakura AI. Yeah, but in order to explain, I can't just say she's Sakura AI, right? Like that explains nothing. that explains fucking nothing. Just saying that she's Sakura, but an AI on the moon. Yeah, no, there you go. That's me explaining BB. She's Sakura, but she's an AI on the moon.
魔法のステッキを振るえば超キュート。先輩の寂しい部屋も豪華なスタジオに早変わり。 BB チャンネル始まるよ。
Wait, what? Da, 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 da. I love this song, by the way. BB Channel is an amazing song. Who now will be on camera.
突然の強制提訴お疲れ様でした。私とのフラグを立てた時点でバッドエンド確定ですから。
The bad end. You've already been resigned to the bad end.
諦めてくださいね。
I don't like how she still calls me senpai. Just like Sakura did. You get a senpai count.
そういう判断の早いところ地味に傷つきます。確かに私はろくなことをしてこなかったし。
Listen, baby. Listen. I know that you mean well, question mark? Listen. I just got done getting date raped, and now you've taken me on the news.
I バレンタインぐらいはマスターさんを喜ばせようとやる気満々だったんですよ。
My fourth wall breaking, devilishly cute rogue AI who loves quote unquote humanity can't beat this game.
胸のサイズは見ての通りデンジャーカップなので。
It's certified danger cup size.
先輩におかれましては厳しい現実に悶々としながらのたうち回っていただければと。
Why is it just all the sadists? It's just all the insane servants.
はい、もちろんです。先輩の行動パターンは予測済みですから。その他の
Listen, BB, wait, listen.
バッチリ把握しています。
Along with exactly what percentage of servants you would receive chocolate from.
これが生意気にも結構な数なんですよね。この1年の先輩の努力を見くびっていました。なので変に意地を張らずストレートに行動に出ようと。
I honestly, so as with usually, I actually do, in a funny way, like, I like BB's whole gig, but man, trying to ever explain to somebody the Moon Grail and what BB is and why BB is the way she is impossible. It's just, it's impossible. I can't talk about BB. I like BB, I can't talk about BB. I kind of just want to stay here to listen to BB Channel. It's such a good song. She gave us a slot machine. She really does know too much about us.
はい。良かれと思って設置したスロットでしたが、サーバントの皆さんにはそう。
If I played Fate Extra, yes, you would, yeah. Is Jinx in Fate? Surprisingly, no.
人間の皆さんは不自由さのプロですから、こういうのがいいのかなって思ったんですけど。
I really thought that giving them slot machines would make people happy since they're experts in dealing with poverty, said the writing from the gambling game.
ちゃん、反省です。せっかくギミックに凝ったのに回してくれないんですか？
Calling you poor. Not only is she calling me poor, but she's saying that she's going to make me poor with gambling addictions. Said the gambling game.
まあでも残念ですが賢明な判断です、マスターさん。それで遊ぶとバレンタインどころではなくなりますし。あ、 お世話になっている先輩のため個人的な衝動をグッと
あ
ビビちゃんなのでした。
why is it always that line? Why does the line always come with Kiara and Tammo and Bibi? All three characters that I like, they're all like, hey man, listen, you're lucky that I'm not literally pinning you down to the ground right now.
それでは先輩、そちらの商品を持ってお帰りください。
Although with Bibi, it might not be pinning you down to the ground. Bibi might just want to kill you.
リップの手前
It's always a 50-50 with Bibi.
決めできませんし、今日はこの辺りで。提供は月のスーパー AI、 あなたの小悪魔ビビちゃんでした。
This is a vampire skin? There are vampire vibes going on with her, but where's Hakuno? Hakuno saved me. Like, she's always been vaguely vampire. But I don't think she actually has like a full-on vampire skin. Oh, it's Anastasia.
あらマスター、朝から元気そうで何よりね。
Have you watched Princess Connect Season 2? No, I haven't watched Season 1 or Season 2. I know that people are obsessed with that series, but no.
それよりも今日はバレンタインデーよマスター。私の国ではバレンタインの風習が広まったのは
BB is just she's basically Neo from the Matrix. Well, Neo's like an actual person though, right? The thing with BB is that like BB is an AI. Like BB is an AI. She's Neo from the Matrix if Neo was an AI on the moon. Billy, put your gun down. Billy.
でもなんであれプレゼントがもらえるのはいいことだわ。いいことよね。というわけでチョコレートを所望しますマスター。
Wait, that's not how that works, Anastasia. You give me chocolate. But sure. You know what? If Anastasia just comes up to me, that's actually kind of adorable. She just comes up, she's like, it's Valentine's Day. Give me chocolate.
他のサーバントの方々に伺いました。日本のバレンタインは主として女性が大切な人へ贈り物をすると。
But why the moon?
そしてホワイトデーにその返礼を行う。この場合サーバントである私がまずチョコレートを贈るべきだと考えていたのです。
BB's the cheat character that you get after beating the game. True.
なるほど。
She says, do we have any Russians in chat? Because she says that, whatchamacallit, she was talking about how this is a thing that, like, the Japanese do? Is Valentine's Day different in Russia?
そして驚きなさい。称えなさい。実は私も。
Well, no, I guess... Well, no. Backing up. I do guess that, like, so, if Valentine's Day in general is mainly, especially in, like, I don't know about other countries, but I would assume that, like, it's more of like a, we give gifts to each other. But in Japan, specifically, they have Valentine's Day and White Day, which is a pretty, Eastern thing. White Day specifically is kind of an Eastern thing. And so, I guess Anastasia... No, that makes sense. Anastasia was like, hey, we're supposed to exchange gifts, but I hear that in Japan... On Valentine's Day, women... Yeah, it's US that's different. Yeah, okay. Because I know, at least over here in the US, we don't have White Day. We just have Valentine's Day. It's just like, it is the couple's day, so... Twitter hasn't canceled White Day yet. When is White Day? Because if White Day is in February, that would even add to the funny, because, if White is in February, then it's in Black History Month. Oh, please. I actually don't know when White Day is. I'm gonna look it up. March 14th? Oh, that's the one day after my birthday. That's funny.
チョコレートが正しいのでしょうけど、それは他の皆様からいっぱいもらえる、そう私は推測しました。
Exactly 1 month after Valentine. That makes sense. Okay, but yeah, I didn't draw that connection because I'm an idiot, but that makes sense.
可愛らしいでしょ。
Oh, so it's not chocolate at all. She actually just gave me a plushie.
魔力を込めたので、少しばかり怪奇現象が起きるかもですが。
What a whiplash after the... Yeah, what whiplash? She's just like a wholesome character, and then you have BB kidnapping you, putting you on live TV, and then giving you slot machines to make you broke.
些細なことですね。
And this chick's just like, hey, I gave you a doll. I hope you're happy. You know, yeah, I'm super happy.
まあまあ、そこら辺はまあまあまあまあ。ではマスター。
Okay, it might be a slightly cursed doll, but you know what it is, what
チ
it
ョ
is.
コを賞味します。せっかくですので、お付き合いください。
This entire stream is bad end. This was a good end. I don't know what you're talking about. Wait, apparently they made White Day because people were having inferiority complexes because people were flexing on them about getting a lot of... Huh. Is that true? If it is true, that's super funny. Wait, it doesn't end there? What is happening? I just got back. What's happening? I'm not sure either. Did 2 dolls just destroy my room? What was one day supposed to be the opposite of Valentine's Day? Well, so as I mentioned, in most countries, Valentine's Day is a day where men and women just exchange chocolates to each other. But specifically in Japan, Valentine's Day is the day where women give chocolates to men, and then White Day is the day where men give chocolates to women.
あら、私の B、クーフーリンさんと一緒に置いてあるのね。とても嬉しいわ。
I hope they pick up fast friends. My room, Anastasia. You destroyed my mirror. The opposite of Valentine's Day. The American White Day, where you rob someone you hate. I think this is supposed to tie into Meb's gifts. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that Meb's gift is the Mini-Ku. I don't have Meb, so I wouldn't know, but yeah. I like how we're playing FGO. This is the real way to... there are sirens outside. I gotta go. This is peak FGO content. Ooh. Okay, who here hasn't played FGO? Who here hasn't played FGO? Who doesn't know? We have one? Okay. So, guess. Is this a boy or girl? Go ahead. Guess. Too obvious? You say too obvious. Hillbilly is actually correct, yeah. Unlike someone like, show them in the maid outfit. Unlike someone like, Astolfo, Astolfo specifically is a male that just likes to wear cute clothes. However, Dion is non-binary. Dion is neither man or female, and at the same time, they are both man and female. This is because the actual Dion was a French spy, who at different points in history dressed up as both a male identity and a female identity in order to get information from other countries. Dion is Dion gender. Yes, correct.
Or
for this character is pretty nice. Yes, correct. Yeah.
日頃はあまりそういうことは考えないけれど、慣れないことをしたものだから少しだけ不安になっていたのかもしれないね。私は。
No, Astolfo multiple times says that he's male. Astolfo is a male. He's a guy. I think very specifically. So the lore behind Astolfo is that he, in terms of like the actual Charlemagne paladin Astolfo, he went around and he was supposedly one of the hottest paladins of Charlemagne, and also he adorned himself in gifts from many people that he met on his travels. So Astolfo is a male, but he just likes to dress up like a girl. But then that's what he is. Like, Astolfo does identify as a gender. He calls himself a man multiple times. He just likes cute things. Where Dion is actually, like, non-binary. Sometimes it takes a guy to be best girl. Astolfo asked the girl to hide their gender? I think in Apocrypha, he calls himself specifically a he, though. That might be an Apocrypha translation here? I'm pretty sure that doesn't Sieg in the light novel of Apocrypha specifically asks Astolfo, like, what's the deal? And Astolfo just says that he's a dude that just likes cute things. I don't know. I was pretty sure on that. In Grand Order, Astolfo's gender is unknown. Yeah, that's why he shows up in both the White Day and the female chocolates, right? I think that in Apocrypha specifically, though, there are a couple of scenes where he tells either Sieg or Jean that that he just likes he adores cute things. He always he just likes what he likes, but he is a man because he was born a man. He's just like fine with that. It might be a discrepancy between FGO writing and Apocrypha writing because they're written by different people, but yeah. God, the cocktail. Yeah, I was about to say, I'm pretty sure I remember a scene that was like that in APOC, but again, I haven't watched APOC in a long time. I watched it when it came out. Dan's a cool character, though. Fate has no idea how to deal with characters in a nuanced way. Yeah, most of the time they don't. Well, as I said, the main problem... The main problem that I assume is just that there are different writers. Like, unironically, the character means different things to different people. And so, is it Genro... No, it wasn't Genro Ibuchi, that's Fate Zero. Whoever wrote Fate APOC probably had a different idea of Astolfo than the people that wrote Astolfo in FGO, right? So, that probably just explains it, right? Like, it is just probably inconsistent. I mean, can Emiya copy divine weapons or not? Who fucking knows? The Charlotte attempted to kill me here as well. As soon as I say that.
ちらショコラです。
Thanks. I am happy.
いえ
Put the
いえ、
knife down.
それでは失礼しますね。
Goodbye. So why is Arthur, his wife and child, and all his sister's girls? So, with your wife who gives you... So, I'll get into Saber in a second. Let's watch Charlotte's scene and then I'll talk about Saber in a second, okay?
バレンタインデー。大丈夫。お菓子作りは慣れたものです。スタンダードに丁寧に作れば問題ありません。
By the way, I'm just now real. Is Charlotte voiced by Hanakawa? She sounds exactly like Hanakawa from Monogatari. Yes? Okay. I thought so. I didn't actually realize that until just now. Oh. By the way, I like Charlotte's character a lot. She's kind of like Matahari in that she's like the one star that realizes she's a one star and is pissed about it. She just wants to be useful. Very, very notice me, please. Some kind of tournament? Oh god. You could make a Fate Battle Royale. FGO tournament arc. Isn't that just the Holy Grail War?
逆に不意打ちを食らって負ける以外のルートが見当たらない。こうなればせめて一部の隙もない完璧なショコラを。
It's just the Holy Grail War, but instead of fighting for the Holy Grail, you're fighting for Master.
素人なりに美味しいかなとか、素人とは思えないほど美味しいとか。
Pretty good for an amateur.
そういう余分な料金が一切ない。
Yeah, if they ever make a Summer Charlotte, that would be interesting at the very least. Sure, I can use. Oh no, somebody's actually trying to answer it. Don't listen, Soul Surge. Don't. Shiro's Unlimited Blade Works is one of the most inconsistent abilities in Fate lore. Don't look into it. Summer Charlotte's a thing? Wait, what? Hold up. Yo! When did this come out? Okay, hold on, wait. Yo! I did not know this was a thing. I guess, no, so this kind of makes sense because she became a fan favorite after Atlantis, right? Like, a lot of people liked her character after Atlantis. It's hard to feel bad for the one star who just really, really wants to be useful. Increases arts performance, inflicts confusion to all enemies? What is confusion? Oh wait, chat, what is confusion? I feel like I should recognize it, but I don't. Last year? Okay. I haven't been keeping up with my JP news. Do you not know of Summer Kama? Summer Kama? Please don't tell me they made another fucking Kama. Not after the disaster that was the last Kama banner for me. Okay, anyway, I'll look at Summer Comma in a second. What the fuck is Confusion do? Oh! Okay, so it's like Terror, but instead of stunning, it's Skill Steal. Okay. 30% chance to activate the debuff below every turn. So for 3 turns, there's a 30. So you have a 90% chance over 3 turns in order to get a Confusion buff? That's interesting. Grants Party Evasion. Grant's Party Evasion is really, really, really good. I'm trying to think. Okay, so what... Oh, almost sneezed. Okay, anyway. Moving on. Chance to grant Skill Seal for 1 turn. Okay, so she has more utility. Increase party's NP damage, so she's the support. Increases own NP gauge, increases 1 ally's NP gauge. She doesn't even seem that bad. Confusion is what I have about this mobile game. I thought I knew the story, I guess not. Well, so the event that we're playing through right now, Black Box, is like a funny event, right? It's a Valentine's event. So the story behind like the you're just talking about, I guess you're just talking about like the random lore that we're talking about. Listen, Fate is a black hole of lore. Anyway, this is nice. This is really nice, actually. Anyway. Deals damage to 1 enemy, so she's single target. Arts Servant. Does she have a triple arts? She's a caster. Gain 20 crit stars. Extra damage to enemies with Seal skill debuff. Now that's interesting because you don't have a guaranteed chance to know when this is happening. She seems rather good, unless she... Yeah, no, she seems rather good as a weird off support. Like, she brings a lot of utility to the team. She can NP seal and seal their skills, meaning that the enemy can only auto attack, can only normal attack you. She grants she can protect you from 1 NP on a pretty short cooldown. It's not 5 turns, but it's fine. And she gives herself a lot of crit stars. Yeah, no, I think it's good. Just calm me, Draco. Okay, Draco. Okay. Okay, no, she seems actually kind of cool. Summer Anastasia? Man, I assume, wait, I went to caster because I assumed it was, I actually have not looked at most of the new servants. Santa Martha? So I do know, by the way, I should actually, hold on. I think I have it somewhere. Let me pull it up. Is this it? Yeah, so, by the way, these are the characters that I want inside of this game. These are the characters that I missed, that I want, that evaded me because they're bastards. I have never gotten Scotty because she's a bitch. And I missed Super Orion on his banner. I want this year, I want Castoria, Van Gogh, and Muramasa. I count Muramasa this year, although he's next year, he's next January. And these characters are also awesome. I want Koyanskaya, Morgan, Lancer Ryoma, and Miss Crane. Miss Crane is funny as hell. Anyway, she's an archer. Okay, Summer Anastasia is an archer. I have not seen anything from the last year at FGO, in terms of, like, new servants. Oh, it's adorable. She looks so happy. Uh-huh. Morgan Le Fay? Yes, they added Morgan Le Fay, yeah. Who is Babohan Sith? This design is really... Is she a 4-star or a 5-star? Thank God she's a 4-star. Okay, she's rollable. Increases own arts performance, and she has a 50% gain. That's always really good. Grants invincibility. Increases buff removal, grant crit stars. Is she another art servant? Nice, she's an art servant. Ow. Let your wicked eye accelerate. Ignores evasion. Increases critical absorption for arts cards. That's pretty good. I'd like it if she's a triple arts deck, but it's fine. Increase NP damage. Speaking of Morgan, so the Lord of the whole Pendragon family being a girl. Oh, yeah. What, is Merlin a girl? No, Merlin is not a girl. Is Faye Tristan Archer? I'll get back to that. Oh, is that the character that Darkry has as his icon in Discord? Anyway, seal their skills and reduces arts. Is she AoE? Oh, she's single target as well. I really like her design. You're making me roll. You're making me consider rolling for characters. Yes, yes, okay. So the problem with this one is that I don't spoil myself with JP. I don't know anything about this character. Like, sure, she looks hot, but I don't know anything about her. I don't know what the fuck she is. I don't know who she is or like, well, like who she actually is as a character. So I don't know if I like her. Like, is her kit really funny? Yeah, exactly. I haven't gotten to this point in the story because I'm not JP. Absorbs one enemy's HP without killing it. That's funny. She's edgy Tristan. She's Morgan's daughter. Oh. Oh. Okay. No more Lost Word spoilers. But anyway. Avenger, you said, right? She's an Avenger? Why did I click on Foreigner? I said she's an Avenger and I clicked on Foreigner. Mysterious Ranmaru? Hold on, wait, what the fuck is this shit? Anyway. Okay, so she starts off at a lolly and gets older, the same as Kama. And I don't want to get striked down by YouTube, so we're not gonna look at the stage 4 Ascension art a lot. Okay, is this another art servant? Are they all art servants? Nice. Arts is by the way, arts supremacy, by the way. Arts is obviously the best because Tamala is arts. Increases own arts performance, grants evasion, so she has a small protection from arrows. Hollowed Demon. She charms the enemy and she gives herself MP damage. They all have very similar kits. All of the Summer Servants of this year seem like they have very similar kits. She has a 50% inch P guard gain, which is really nice. It inflicts Heartfelt Blaze. Increases own damage against enemies with Heartfelt Blaze. So when she hits them with her autos, she deals more damage against them. I don't want to risk strike down, he says as he opens a new private tab. You missed so many new berserkers. What an fucking the extra servant passives are always very funny. Deals extra damage to charm enemies, but this one is much more consistent. Oh, well, not really actually, because a lot of enemies have charm resistance. I am curious. Oh yeah? Was there a reason why you had to summon Angry Mangu like that? That's interesting. Oh shoot, you don't play Dokkan? What is Dokkan? I don't know what Dokkan is. Well, because I don't know what it is, I don't know what Dokkan is, yeah. Yeah, a lot of enemies have charm resistance. I missed so many new berserkers. Well, no, so I knew about Morgan. I know about Morgan Le Fay. Because Morgan is awesome. And his character's good. Yeah, so I knew about Morgan. You don't need to tell me about Morgan. But apparently Sei is a berserker. They made berserker Sei. She's a 4-star as well. People really like Sei. People really, really, really like Sei. Maybe it's just the people that I surround myself with. Maybe all of my friends are just Sei fans, but yeah. DBZ Dokkan Battle. No, I don't, yeah. Someone, what, an angry manga? I'm definitely not explaining angry manga. It's a bonk hammer? Wait, does she actually get a bonk hammer in her NP? Wait, give me a second. I was promised a bonk hammer. She does a dab in her extra. Please don't tell me that's true. She is such a fucking gremlin. She's a zoomer. Wait, she has a quick NP? Ooh, that mixed match deck is rough. What? She has a gorilla deck with a quick NP on a berserker. That one's pretty rough. Increases on attack, charges MP by 20%. Kind of protection from arrows. She has absorption, which is always nice. And then she gives herself stars. So she has star suck, and she has star. She generates her own stars. I guess is this single target? No. Okay. So I guess that she's kind of like, she's kind of similar to Lancelot, where instead of so she can get stars from her skills. Where Lancelot generates a whole bunch of stars from his skill plus his MP. So like Lancelot will it can MP down one wave and then he crits a whole bunch. She seems like worse Lancelot. I might be wrong because I'm not very versed in looking at stats, and I know that stats matter a lot, but yeah. How do you team build? So yeah, so if you actually want to talk about the game, well, hold on, yeah, let's go back. I want to watch Charlotte's, the rest of Charlotte's thing, and then I can actually talk about the gameplay mechanics of FGO for a second. If I can, where the hell is my OBS? Hold on, give me a second. I swear I'm a good streamer. Have you seen this year's Valentine's survey? Yes, I saw that Bazette is a character, and I love it. Oh, she has a single. Oh, if Sei has a single target MP and I just misread that, then she's definitely different. She is just like the single target version of Lancelot then, or Circlot. Hey, Bodica, what are you doing there? Oh, she's getting advice from all the other servants. Sliding right by the Arthur lore? Hey, I'll get to it. Alright? You're asking a lot of questions. Okay, so she went through the whole entire arc within this whole she went through the whole arc where she goes out, she tries to do her best, and then she realizes that the true meaning of Valentine's Day is the act of giving itself. Okay, she went through the whole entire arc by herself already. Charlotte's character is good. I think that specifically Charlotte just being like kind of a normal human who killed people in a game with Jean Alter but a Lily but Santa and fucking the god of space and time and the incarnation of death is kind of rough. And so she just like wants to stand out in a game where there's no way she was ever going to. Charlotte's, yeah, I think Charlotte's definitely my favorite 1-star servant because Angra's a 0-star servant, so he doesn't count. She speed ran the stages of grief. Yeah, she killed like one person. Yeah.
実力でもかなわないのだからせめて精一杯やった証だけはあの
Charlotte is the best 1-star.
できた心臓の音はどんどん高鳴っていく緊張で顔がこわばってないだろうかある意味でマスターの優しさは鏡にも似ている善人であれ悪人であれその生き方が尊敬できるものであれできないものであれ
She really did. She speed ran everything. Now she's in acceptance. Yeah, she's full on acceptance.
それは私にはできないことだ。そして誰よ。
Matahari is also pretty cool. I think Matahari is the second, but Matahari was the best until Charlotte came. I'm more. Woo, Yumi? Wait, hey, did you just tell me that the cat was revealed in LOR? I'll watch it after Charlotte.
贈り物を受け取ってくれるだろう。喜んでくれるだろう。
Wait, well, Draco, if you just wait, I'm going to watch the Yumi reveal. Give me a second.
でも、それだけでは嫌だった。
As a side note, next.
サーバントの私を認めてくれる唯一の人に。
That's the one person to accept me. Anyway, as a side note, should I grail Charlotte? Anyway, fuck, I keep getting distracted. Next Wednesday is going to be rough because I'm going to be streaming Legends of Runeterra when the thing comes out until I have to stream the Soul Link with Polarisu, and then I might go back to streaming Legends of Runeterra afterwards. I'm going to be streaming a lot next week.
一生忘れられないほど美味しいものをあげたかった。マスター、こちらにいらっしゃったのですね。
This was a good Valentine's scenes, by the way. This was genuinely wholesome. I'm working on grilling my Charlotte 100. I salute you. I'm too busy. I really want to grill Angramania.
その言葉に感動してテンションが上がりまくって何かひどく暴力的な気分になって
Charlotte, no.
思わず壁を殴った。そんな自分をかなりバカだと思うけれど少し好きになれたのは確かである。
She got so excited that she punched the wall. Fine. You really want to make me grill you, don't you, Charlotte? It's really tempting. It's really tempting. Okay. So, give me a second. My favorite cat just got revealed, and I'm going to interrupt this program, to watch a cat reveal.
We're off on a new adventure. I go where you go.
Okay. New keyword attach. Play me to an ally to give it my stats and keywords while I'm attached. When that ally leaves play, recall me. Yeah, that's about what I expected from the gremlin. Yeah, that's about what I expected. Yeah, that's about what I expected. Whoops. Close this. That's about what I expected. So grant the unit I'm attached +1/+1. Otherwise, grant me +1/+1. I or the unit I'm attached to have attacked 3 times. The fuck is this? Legends of Runeterra. Yeah, it's a card game. So it's a card game that I'm obsessed with. I'll go back to FGO in 2 minutes. Give me a second.
I'm Fizz! Your
Okay.
lunch!
Interesting.
Check the book! Time to prowl!
But she's just a spell, basically. Hearthstone but with League of Legends characters? Yes, basically, yeah. You can use that for a lot of different things. It's basically infinite value, but you have to keep paying the mana cost.
Don't worry, I've got your back!
Is that 4 mana, grant another barrier or spell shield? Same cost as Bastion, but without the +1/+1?
Today
pretty good.
we say
Playtime! I mean, enough! Enough!
She's Pantheon support? Yeah, she seems really good with Pantheon, but you don't necessarily... There are a lot of other decks in Pantheon that you could play her in. Any deck that wants to make like I could even see like Yuumi Lee Sin, because like so she's already Targon, so I could genuinely see Yuumi being paired with Lee Sin instead of Zoe, because Zoe doesn't actually give that much to Lee Sin, where Yuumi would give a lot to Lee Sin. Like she's not strictly hardbinded to Pantheon. Yeah, she's specifically, yeah, you just want to mega buff one card. Just like an all-in strategy for big units.
Let's find a new best friend! Time to turn the page, book!
Okay. Okay, so every round she gives Spell Shield as well. That's fucking nuts.
I will make the gods remember this day.
The power of friendship!
Okay. Okay, Yumi's interesting. Anyway. Oh god, not Lee Sin? Oh yes, Lee Sin. Hold on. So, to explain, what are we doing now, guys? Yeah, hold on, wait. To explain, somebody asked a question. So, someone asked a question, and I must at least attempt to answer it. So, I think it was, I don't know if it was Draco that asked the question. It might have been Draco. Why is Saber a girl? Well, so there's a practical answer for this, and there's a lore reason for this. Yeah, so, in the actual practical reason for this was that when Nasu was originally trying to get Fate Stay Night greenlit, he was told by multiple people that no one would buy it if the main character was a man, because King Arthur was originally a man. And I'll actually, hold on, I'll go to display capture now. So if we go to Sabers, you can see in the original rite of a Fate Stay Night, King Arthur was actually King Arthur. You see King Arthur prototype, because Nasu's full meme and is just making yeah. This was King Arthur's original design. However, a lot of people told him that without waifus, it won't sell. He turned King Arthur into a female, and then turned originally what was supposed to be the female kind of like pseudo-protagonist, like the Master, into a man, which we know as Emiya Shiro now. So he gender swapped Shiro and Saber, so that Shiro was a man, and that Emiya was that Shiro was a man, and that Saber was a girl. It's for marketing, basically, yeah. He kind of, I don't know if he like fully regrets this, but that wasn't his original intention. Okay, like he wanted to just make it with King Arthur because he's a King Arthur fucking fanboy. He's a nerd about history, but yeah, that's what happened realistically. As for the lore reason why Saber's a girl, the lore reason is because during the time period when Saber actually pulled the sword from the stone, it was mostly a patriarchal society, right? Like men were the ones that ruled the world at that time, and women were seen as basically nothing more than housewives, especially in Europe at this time. So Saber hid her gender from the world when she pulled the sword from the stone, and decided to become the great king of Britain, because she heavily assumed that would just be the best way to rule Britain, right? Pretending to live her life as a man was what really mattered to her, because all Saber wanted was to be the best king that she could. Yeah, it's basically, it was propaganda to make King Arthur think that she was a guy, to make everyone think that King Arthur was a guy, because making her a woman would just make her fight battles that she didn't want to fight, right? Like, she didn't want Britain's perception to be ruined because she was a female. Because once she pulled the sword from the stone, she fully realized that I just want to be the best king that I can for Britain. I want to be the perfect king. And so if that includes me silencing my gender, then that would be it. So, why is Mordred a girl? Because women can't have children with other women. So how did Mordred happen? Well, so there's this character called Merlin. So there's this character called Merlin, and he is the incarnation of magic. He is the most powerful wizard that has ever existed, besides Solomon, that we know of at least. And his magic can pretty much do anything. And as I just mentioned, Artoria will do anything in order to be the greatest king that she can be. And if you know anything about kings and queens, kings need to perform their duty as a royalty to produce an heir. Saber did not want to have a child, but because that was what was demanded of her from her station, she decided that it would be best to seek out Merlin's help in order to facilitate a child. So Merlin temporarily made her into a Fuda. That's canon. Because Merlin can alter reality with his magic. You can let that sink in. There are dojins about this. I will not show them on stream. Obviously. So that's how Mordred came to be. There I explained you didn't go into the Morgan business. I'm not doing that. We can sidestep Morgan. We can explain Mordred, and we can sidestep Morgan. No. We're not getting into Morgan. Do know that Morgan Le Fay is obviously connected to this, and there's some fuckery going on, because Mordred was raised by, like, nope, we're not getting into it. Holy shit, I forgot this existed. Anyway. Arthur Bacon Bros. So in terms of team building, so Mordred's hot. Yes. What's the best way to... No, I can just do it on one of the event nodes, can't I? Or, no, I should do it on one that I don't know, so I can do it... I think I have one random free quest. Hold on. Yeah, I have one random free quest I never completed. So they left out the whole Merlin being the Antichrist stuff? Not entirely. We're not gonna get into it. Trembling with fear. Okay, so give me a second. Shimosa free plus. So the way that you usually do team building in this game. Fear? Trembling with fear. Trembling with fear. Oh, so it was added later. That's why I don't have it. So we know that there are going to be 3 waves in this battle, and they're all going to be assassins. The very first thing that you need to know about FGO. Can I pull it up somewhere? Class affinity. Okay. Ooh. It's twisted to accommodate for more hot females. Correct. Yeah, I do know about multi-blood type Lumina. Anyway, so this is the type chart, as it were. Every single class in FGO has a different class that they're weak to and a different class that they're strong to. Sabers are strong against Lancers. Lancers are strong against Archers. Archers are strong against Sabers. So that makes a triangle. They're like they are the Knight class triangle. The Cavalry classes, which are Rider, Assassin, Caster, all have a a triangle as well. And then Ruler, Moon Cancer, and Avenger have a triangle. So there are 3 different triangles. So like, you know how like there's like the water, grass, and fire triangle in Pokemon, where like fire beats grass, grass beats water, water beats fire. That happens 3 different times in FGO, where this makes them ignore these at the bottom for now. Where this is a triangle, this is a triangle, this is a triangle. And so, like, if for example, like Riders deal neutral damage against Sabers. Like the triangles don't interact with each other. The Pokemon type chart. No, it's not that convoluted. Like it is honestly learning all of the, because Pokemon just has more types than FGO has classes. Pokemon type chart is actually harder to remember a lot of the time, especially when you get into like dual typing versus dual typing. It could get pretty confusing. But yeah, so that's pretty simple. Berserker. So now we get into like the funny classes, as I call it. There's only one Shielder in the game. It's Mash. Shielder have no affinity against anything. Shielder just is neutral to everything. Berserker, on the other hand, is super effective against everything, but they also take double damage against everything. So, or 1.5. So Berserkers hit everyone, but they also die really quickly. We don't talk about foreigners and alter egos. Ignore them. Yeah, I think the Pokemon type chart is definitely worse. Yeah. Moon Cancer and Foreigner. Well, Moon Cancer has to do with the Moon Grail, which we don't talk about, and Foreigner is for the Foreigner class in FGO are servants that are outside the realm of human comprehension. That's what they call foreigners. What they've mainly been doing with foreigners is that they're Cthulhu men. They're Lovecraft monsters. So this right here, Hokusai, is the daughter of Hokusai. So she's actually, what's her name? Aoi? I think her name is Aoi, right? Her actual name? Oh, that's gonna piss me off. Do one of you have it? Oe. Okay, yeah, Oe. So the this is the daughter of Hokusai, the famous artist, you know, the one that made like the wave. I don't know, it's Hokusai wave. I know for a fact you probably, yeah, this famous artist, Japanese artist, made many different paintings like this. This is Hokusai's wave. Oi is Hokusai's daughter. Hokusai himself is right here, this little goblin creature up there. And they made a deal with Cthulhu. We're not getting into it. This is Abby. She's a small girl that was tied up in the Salem witch trials, and she made a deal with a Cthulhuman that corrupted her. Yeah, very Cosmic Horror. Yeah, so foreigners are Cosmic Horror. They're the Cosmic Horror class. But the other two types suck. No, foreigners and foreigners and alter egos are just weird. So I think, how do I get to the type chart again? Okay, so alter egos. So okay, so you see how this is, so this is the Knight circle and this is the Rider circle. What alter egos do is that alter egos are neutral to the Knights, but they have 1.5 effectiveness towards all cavalry classes. What this means, so they have 1.5 effectiveness towards assassins, riders, and casters. It just makes them a very weird class because it makes alter egos a very weird class because by the way, all of these other ones are ×2 effectiveness. So sabers deal double damage to lancers, and lancers deal double damage to archers. Alter egos get class effectiveness against 3 other classes, but it's only 1.5 times, which is, it just makes alter egos a really weird class to think about and deal with it in normal whatchamacallits. Foreigners are super effective against berserkers. Foreigners are the anti-berserker class. They're the only class that resists berserker. Alter egos are yeah, I don't know much about. I don't actually know the type chart for pretenders. Pretenders is a new class that just got added, but yeah, we don't deal with it. So in terms of team building, so we know that so as I just mentioned, we're up against a whole bunch of assassins, and that means casters are super effective against whatchamacallit. Casters are super effective against assassins. So we're either going to be looking at casters, or we can use a berserker who's effective against all classes, but they're really frail. Or we could use an alter ego because assassin is one of the cavalry classes, so alter ego gets 1.5 times effectiveness against it. So we could use like the sexy nun here to clear out a wave. There are 2 different ways to actually go about team building. You can try to 3-turn, or you can actually try to like actually use the face cards. I'll explain that in a second. Where's like, I don't know, Benkei's coming. Ignore what I'm doing right now. I'm just like putting random servants on the back line. As you saw, or maybe you might have saw it if you were here earlier when I was actually playing the video game. You can only have 3 servants on a field, so these 3 back here, unless one of my servants died, these are just like random backline servants that won't pop out until one of my frontline servants die. Anyway, so how many different weapons triangles do you want? FGO said yes. Yeah, pretty much, yeah. Is there one class that's just bad? Yes, it's called Assassins. Assassin is generally the worst class in the game. And it has nothing to do, so Assassin's weird. Why is Assassin bad? It has a lot to do with like the way that stats work in this game, and also the fact that for whatever reason, Delightworks just really does not like printing good assassins. Like assassins in general are just not good. It's not like they still get ×2 effectiveness, but they get effectiveness against they're just bad. So okay, backing up. Where's Fuma? Yeah, so one, every class has hidden stats around them. So like every class as a whole, before you're even in a servant, has hidden stats that are tied to that class. This includes things like star weight, because the way that criticals work in this game is that, where's the deck? So, as I mentioned before, Buster cards deal more damage. Arts cards give you more of your Noble Phantasm gauge, and quick cards, which you see this man has 3 of, they give you crit stars, which is basically for every crit star that you have is basically crit chance for the next turn. So if you use 3 quick cards, it will give you a whole bunch of crit stars, which is basically, it will give you a higher chance to crit next turn. And assassins as a class deal a very low amount of damage, but have a very high amount of critical generation. So Fuma right here, who is like a very standard assassin kit, Fuma has a whole bunch of like crit star drop rate, so he ups his own crit star drop rate. And then he has 3 different quick cards, and he just hits the enemy a whole bunch and generates you a whole bunch of crit chance. The problem with this is that in general, most assassins, like a lot of assassins, are geared around this like supportive generate crit stars. The problem is that the generation of crit stars has been power crept into the fucking sun. You just don't need an assassin to hit things to generate crit chance. That's just not something you need to do in current FGO. So you have Merlin, you have the Fuda Wizard over here. And Merlin's Noble Phantasm will generate you 5 crit stars. So when you, so he doesn't do any damage, but when you, he has a whole bunch of effects. One of those being generate a whole bunch of crit stars every single turn for the next X amount of turns. That's what Merlin's Noble Phantasm does. And you can give him equipment, which are called craft essences, such as, where is it at? 20 Fragments of 2030, which is gain 8 critical stars each turn. So if you just use Merlin's Noble Phantasm during a battle, and you have him equipped with a CE that gives you crit stars, why would you ever run an assassin that needs to hit things to generate you stars? No, I know that Fuma is arguably the best, whatchamacallit, yeah. Fuma's good. It's just that, like, you don't need, and then there's also, and then there's servants like Lancelot. I'm not saying Fuma's bad, by the way. Fuma's arguably one of the best assassins, which is why I said he's like the premier example of why the assassin class is bad. Is because even though Fuma is one of the best 3-stars in the game, he's still just like not that good. Like he's fine. He does his job. But his job got power crept so hard over the years. Where the fuck is Lancelot? Oh, I'm in the 5 stars. That's why I can't find Lancelot. Or you have someone like Lancelot. So Lancelot's a berserker who is effective against most other classes, who has a skill that increases his critical drop rate, and he has a quick Noble Phantasm. So he would just blow up a wave. He'll destroy the whole entire wave, no matter what class they are, unless they're foreigners, but whatever. But the very rare class to see it as an enemy. So he'll blow up a whole entire wave. He'll generate you a whole bunch of crit stars because he has a quick Noble Phantasm, and he can increase his crit star drop rate. So you just don't need assassins. You just don't need them. And like like half of the assassins in the game are tied to generating stars, and you just don't need to generate stars in this game by hitting people. That's just not true. That was a lot, but that's why I say it's really. I know that I've ignored chat for a while because I was actually trying to think through that, but like it is just like hard, to explain why assassins are bad. It's like really complex. But basically, the role that assassins were originally supposed to fill got power crept to the fucking moon, and like they're still useful. Like no class is obviously no class is bad because you get ×2 damage, right? So like the if you're up against writers, you're gonna use assassins. But if you ask me for the worst class in the game, I'd probably say assassins. Yeah, assassins are not useless. Assassins are very obviously like you still want to use. You're not going to be sad if you roll certain assassins. Like there are assassins that are very good. Like especially when when Vich gets released, Semiramis is a very good character. But like there are obviously very good characters in the class. But if I had to choose a worse class, I would probably say assassin. Like, no class is bad, but if I yeah, there's got to be one that's at the bottom of the list. So anyway, so outside of that, the game is really about, what FGO is really about at the end of the day is trying your best to never use your face cards, which is again one of the big reasons why is this going to be on the test? Yeah, that was a really hard question. That was an advanced question. What is the worst class in the game was an advanced question. Going back to basics, ignoring all of that. So, all you need to know about FGO team building is pick the class that you're strong against. So this is an assassin, so you can use either berserkers, casters, or alter egos. And what you really want to be doing at the end of the day is you want to not hit your face cards ever, because Noble Phantasms are just faster. So you want to get 100% NP on every you want to get 100% of your NP gauge on every single turn, and you want to ensure that you're doing that, and you just want to use your equipment and your servants and your mystic codes and like use every single system inside the game to use your face cards as little as possible. So for an example, the lewd nun that tried to rape us, she has a skill that gives her 50% of her charge, or 50% of her NP gauge. This equipment starts the battle with 50%. So when she uses her skill, she will get 100% MP gauge at the start of the battle, and she'll be able to use her MP. Lancelot, on the other hand, has no skills that give him NP. So you're going to have to use an equipment that, well, usually you would have to do a workaround, but I have a K-scope. I'm going to pretend I don't have this right now because maximum K-scope breaks the game. So we're gonna we're going to ignore that one for a second. Yeah, I understand it perfectly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Ignoring the fact that you can break the game with some equipment like maximum K-scope. So I'm trying to find, like, let's find a servant. I could just use Lancelot. No, yeah, I'll use Lancelot. So let's pretend that we have a normal K-scope. Which only starts you at 80%, which is the highest you can go without having the broken thing that I have. So in order to get this NP, in order to get Lancelot's NP, you're going to need 20% charge. So how do you get 20% charge? Well, there are servants whose skills give you 20% charge. They give other servants 20% charge. So like we could use Waver. Waver's a really good support who can give a servant 50%, but he does not have a damaging NP. So we don't really want to use Waver. So what we could do, if we scroll down to the 4 stars, we use a servant like Helena, who is a pseudo support. She's a half support. Helena has a skill that gives the whole entire party 20% NP, and she also has an actual offensive NP that can damage enemies. And she's a caster, so she gets class effectiveness against these enemies. So you're going to want to give Helena, we can give her one, again, I'm pretending I don't have a limit breaking K-scope. We can give her 60%. So, okay. So at the start of the battle, Kiara is fine. Kiara can immediately get 100% by herself. Helena is making Lancelot fine because Lancelot has now 100 because it starts out with 80 and then Helena gives him 20. However, this CE starts her out with 60. She gives herself to Helena gives herself 20, so she'll only be at 80. So you can use things like Mystic Codes to fill in that gap. Like this Mystic Code increases the NP by 20%. It increases one servant's NP by 20%. So we should, in theory, be able to 3-turn this node, possibly. I don't actually know if we'll have enough damage for the last node, but we'll see. Yeah, max limit K-scope breaks FGO. Yeah, it just allows for funny things because you don't need to think about team building that much. Having a servant, because in a very real sense, FGO is a game about trying your best to get to 100% NP. Like all you want to do is get to 100% NP because Noble Phantasms are broken. And so starting out with 100% NP is just fucking stupid. So again, we start off, Helena's skill, I don't know why we're at 1 time speed. Anyway, Helena's skill gives the whole entire party 20%. Then in order to get Helena, so we're going to use Helena's NP first because Helena's NP does the least amount of damage. Oh, I just know this, yeah. So we give her the last amount of NP and then we're just going to pop the rest of her skills to give herself damage and stuff like that. And then we don't have to hit any of these cringe-ass face cards. And we just slam our NP. Waver's the best supporter of the game? Yeah, he is. Waver's a very, very good generic servant, but yeah. Like so as you can imagine, as I said before, I mentioned Waver. Waver can give another servant 50% NP gauge, which is really good. The main thing is just that whatchamacallit, I wanted to show the fact that like you can't he wouldn't be able to 3-turn this node, right? So as I mentioned before, I'll show you a example of what I was talking about with Lancelot. So as you see down here, there are 7 crit stars. So what this means is that for every crit star, one of your random cards is going to get 10% crit chance. So if you add these up, it's 30 plus 30 plus 10. This is 70. So you have a technically 70% chance. In order to get a 100% chance to crit on all your cards, if you do some quick math, you need 50 crit stars. So just by popping his skill, which isn't max leveled. I don't have Lancelot maxed out or anything. Let's see how many stars the non-assassin can generate. And remember, assassins this is their whole job, is generating crit stars. These are all crit stars, by the way. We have 33. We have 36. So I ask again. Why would I ever use a servant like Fuma to get crit stars? I don't know. The balance of this game is kind of broken over the years. So we get our last, we get our percent on Kiara. Just use her skills for damage. And then we can do something like, so these two have a 100% chance to crit. So I'm not gonna, so I could here, Busters do more damage, so I could go for the 70% chance, because it's very unlikely that Kiara is actually going to manage to kill this. She doesn't have enough damage on her MP to do that, I don't think. So I'm going to have to rely on face cards at least a little bit here. Busters deal more damage, however, this is only 70% chance, so I'm just gonna go for the 100% chance on both of these, and hope that Kiara can go. The board none. Oh, Akira does no damage. This is what I was talking about. This is in general the problem with Alter Ego as a class, which is why I said Alter Ego is weird. Alter Ego gains... So you might... at least I looked at Alter Ego for a while. I was like, man, gaining class effective against 3 other classes is broken. But it's really rough to lose the 50% extra damage that true class effectiveness gives. What did she mean by this? Don't look too... I've learned it's better to not think about what Kiara says as words. Yeah, you really like, so the main strength of Alter Ego is if there's going to be mixed class waves. So like if that wave was like a caster, an archer, and an assassin, you would either have to use an Alter Ego or a Berserker. Because you wouldn't be able to have class effective against everyone, and you would also gain class resistance against one of the people in the wave. Why does Edison look like that? Don't think about it. So that's basically how team building works in this game. Is like pick the servant that you pick the class that you're strong against. Like you can go in ahead of time knowing what class it is by using raw resources like the wiki, and then try your best to team build in a way where you get the most amount of double phantasms, and then you can alter your strategy. So I have to I'll just beat this 2 more times really quickly. So the question here, so Kiara obviously did not deal enough damage because she's an Alter Ego. So so I'm going to look to see if I have any AoE casters. So we have a couple of AoE casters. I know the strongest one that I have is Murasaki because I have an MP3 because God hates me. So let's do some math. So she starts out at 50. She has a skill that gives herself 30%, so 50, 60, 70. And Helena gives her 20. 70, 80, fuck. Okay, I actually can't do this, so that's only 90. You can't explain everything away with don't think about it? Yes, I can. Fucking watch me. Don't say... So, hey, Jarvis, I want to let you in a little secret, okay? I've never purposely rolled for Murasaki. The last GSSR banner in January, I was rolling to get Scotty because Scotty has evaded me on every fucking banner that she's been on. And I got 3 Murasakis on the GSSR. 3 Murasakis on the GSSR in the same 10 roll. Wait, wait, am I bad at math? Oh, well, I know I'm bad at math. 20, 30, that's 50? No, that should be right. No, this should be okay. We're fine. Seems like the more units you have, the easier the game will be. By far, yes. Because, so, and I'll, actually, after I get done doing this, I'll actually show you a challenge quest to show you that, so this is farming, right? This is the, FGO, the way that FGO works is that, like, it will present you with a lot of different nodes, and you just have to find the best way to 3-turn the node for the most part. So this is like the farming team building. However, there is a another style of FGO where you have to use face cards. Because you just can't one-shot the servants, which are the actual hard content in the game. Explain why there's a bear? No. Yeah, variety is pretty important, specifically in this game because class advantage is really strong. Class advantage is very, very strong, and so the more servants of each class that you have at max level, the much easier your game becomes. There are very few bad servants. Yeah, there are very few actually bad servants. You are... Listen, I am very, very, very attached to Fate as a franchise. I think I'm just gonna go for an Arch Chain here. This MP is so cool. Okay, yeah, so Murasaki does a lot more damage than Kiara. So as you can see, full class advantage means a lot more than the 50% gauge. So Kiara has a 50% charge on her battery, has a 50% charge on MP, but Murasaki only has a 30%, but Murasaki just does more damage because she has real class advantage, and also because she's at a higher MP level, but we don't talk about that. Ah, she just summoned C. Yeah, sure, I'll eat one of my 300... Oh, by the way, as a side note, sanity potions don't go away ever, in this game. And I've been playing the game for a little while. You can get into funny situations like this, where if I wanted to, I could play the game for 50 hours straight. Oh, she also... That enemy counts as demonic? Anyway, I have 400 golden apples. Yeah, you just... I had a lot more, and then I burned a lot, whatchamacallit. I burned a lot recently to try to get back into the game, because I was a few chapters behind, and I was really addicted to the Atlantis story specifically. Like, when I was going through Atlantis for the first time, in January, I was like... I could not stop. I was like, no, now I'm popping all the apples. I've seen where with literal thousands. Yep, yeah. Yeah, I'll go and I've already beaten the challenge quest, but I'll go and do the challenge quest so I can explain to you how, like, actual FGO content works. Well, really, farming is most of FGO content, but, like, there are... I feel like there are two distinct playstyles. Like, finding a 3-turn team is very different from finding a challenge quest team. Oh, and this is the thing, by the way. So, you see, well, no, I guess no. I'll explain that more in the other one because the way the actual cards work don't matter in farming teams. The way that the actual cards work are funny. Have you been in reverse QP hell? A couple of times, yes. Explain why Jack the Rip is a lolly. Because the FGO has some weird writers. Do you think that they could add autoplay to this game? Yes. People that say that they should not add autoplay to FGO, very respectfully, I say this with a lot of respect, do not know what they are talking about. Because there have been apps that I use on my mobile version that do add autoplay to FGO. It's called Fate Grand Automata. The big thing, and this is I've said this before, the way that autoplay should work in FGO is if you can 3-turn it, you should gain access to auto battle. The same way that you only gain access to auto battle in Arknights if you get a max clear of the stage and you don't let anyone through. Because once you've done that, you've proven to the game that you can beat the stage that you're doing. Yeah, FGA. Yeah, exactly. Because so I don't. I've gotten a lot of pushback when I've said this before, and I don't understand why. They're like, well, they don't want to turn it into a clicker game. Yeah, well, I don't want to spend 30 hours of my life opening lotto boxes. Okay, like. Because so I think that if you can't 3-turn it, then just don't give auto battle on that stage to you. And then, but also because they already make like lower end stages, so like a lot of times you'll have like these 30 AP quests that are brain dead easy. Like literally a new account could probably 3-turn this. And so the lower end people that aren't like haven't been playing the game for a while and aren't whales would still have a way to use the auto battle function, they just wouldn't be able to farm effectively. And so they would have to choose between manually beating all the stages down here or 3-turning auto battling the lesser stages, which I think is a fine choice. And then for the people that have been playing for a long time, we can go to the last stage and we don't have to waste our entire lives playing FGO. No, exactly. So because of the way that RNG works, you do have, so my FGA right now can only sometimes 3-turn this last node, but the same way that Arknights does, where the auto deploy will fail, just allow auto deploy to fail. Why is that a problem? Yeah, auto deploy can fail. That happens. That's a thing. FGO boxes are stupid. Yes, for so many years, the lottery boxes. So lottery boxes are infinite, and as you saw, sanity potions are infinite in this game. So a lot of times, it's just it is just like an infinite grind farm when the events are up, and so people will get like hundreds of thousands of these lottery boxes, and you can only open 10 of them at a time. You can only open 10 at a time, and you can get like literally hundreds of thousands of these lottery boxes. So it just takes literally manually forever. If you're doing it manually, you can be sitting there for 3 or 4 hours just getting your rewards and opening lottery boxes. Yeah, I know recently in JP they added it to 100. Yes, recently in JP, it took them fucking forever though. And they added a pity system. The lottery boxes open 100 at a time. Maybe eventually we'll get an auto battle in FGO. Anyway, yeah, sure. Okay, challenge content in FGO. Challenge content in FGO. Support doesn't matter, does it? No. Okay. So, I think I deleted the event already. Give me a second. Where? What? Oh, I'm a moron. I thought it would just take me directly to Valentine. I was like, where am I looking for? Okay. So, again, go to the wiki, see what you're up against. I don't know why this feature was into the game where you could just look at what you're up against, but you have to deal with it, FGO. we're against a archer and a caster. I'm gonna tell you right now, one of the gimmicks behind this is that you can ignore the caster. The caster does not have the caster's waiver, which I had mentioned before, does not have an offensive NP. So we don't need to bring a rider for this. What we need to bring is a single target lancer to deal with Sei, which is this archer over here, because she is the main threat of this this challenge quest. So let's go to this. Is it best to start the game during an anniversary event? You can start the game during any time. You can start the game anytime. But not specifically an anniversary event. They have start dash campaigns every now and again. Give me 1 second. I don't know. They do it fucking randomly. Every now and again, they'll have campaigns that are like a month long, where if you start during the month, you just start the game with like a ton, like hundreds of Saint Cords. Did I just pull my 4th Enkidu? What band did you pull on? Uh-oh. 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 Yeah, okay. But the better question is, should you start the game at any time? It's not about when you should start FGO. It's about if you should start FGO. Ever. At any point in time. But if you're going to, I don't know when they do it. I don't know if they're consistent about it, because it doesn't affect me, because you had to have not logged in for like 2 or 3 months in order to get the start dash, and or you have to be a new account. But whenever you they every now and again run these things called start dash campaigns, where if you start the game during the month, as I already mentioned, you just start with like a whole bunch of extra goodies. You pop up the news again? I'm actually afraid to click on the news to see. Can I can you not crash? Thank you, video game. I know there was one in January. Right? Posting, Atlantis pickup. Am I wrong? One of you guys tell me, am I wrong? I thought it was a Start Dash campaign in January. Or was it December? Oh, this is Thanksgiving. I don't know. I don't know when the last Start Dash campaign was, and I don't know when the next one will be. Either way. Every now and again, they'll have months where they just give out a bunch of free stuff. I don't know when they are, because they don't affect me because I've been playing for so long. There was one for the Benny Enma event. Okay, I thought so. I thought they did one every January because it's like the start of the year. And apparently I was right. Anyway, so we need a Lancer. So this one we're going to need, we can't just use, so in farming teams you want 3 servants generally that have offensive AoE MPs. For this one, we're going to be just doing something different. So we need a Lancer. Fuck. Who do I actually want to use? The last time I did it, I had to do some really scuffed shit because it didn't work out. We have a few different choices here. The fact that Sei isn't divine really fucks me because my only good single target Lancers are Enkidu and Skahak. Do McCool? No. No. I don't even know why you'd say that to me. That was kind of fucked up. Tamama Lancer? Oh, you're right. I do have Tamama Lancer, but she's anti-male. So we have 2 anti-divine Lancers and we have 1 anti-male Lancer. Well, you know what? We'll use Tama. We'll go for it. So, right now, just Tama Lancer. So again, we're doing a Lancer as our main DPS because it's effective against the main threat in this challenge quest. And we're just starting out with like a generic equipment. That's good. So for this one, in general, for challenge quests, you're going to want to bring supports. Like you're going to want to bring 1 DPS and 2 supports instead of bringing like 3 DPS to just blow up all the waves. Because you can't just blow up all the waves in most part, and I'll show you why. I'm I'm not going to explain, like, go in depth to explain, like, the equipment that I'm using. Where the fuck is this Bonsi? Oh, Jesus. There's so many fucking Valentine's seasons in my way. Sure. I don't care. And on the backline, I'm just going to put, so on the backline, and in general, backline's really kind of, it's hard to explain because, you just kind of want to bring servants that are more of the versions of your frontline, but worse. So again, Mash is a good support unit. So in case one of my supports dies, I'll bring in Mash. And then as a, the classic is that we bring in Ku here. So just in case everyone dies again, Ku can probably bring it home. As like if my main Lancer dies, we'll bring in Ku. Okay. Herc backline? I don't have Herc Sponsy still. Day 1, by the way. Does she have Bryn's Beloved? I don't think so. I think Bryn's Beloved is mostly male servants. Brynhilder's Beloved. Why does this not show me the actual category? No, she does not. I assume that she didn't, but yeah, she does not. So do equips have durability, or do they never run out? They just have all different effects for different situations. Your boy, Great Tactician. Yeah. So, this man right here, this guy starts it. So you can see the enemy has their NP gauge as well. It's not a bar that's malleable like whatchamacallit, like your servants are. Theirs ticks up every single turn. So every single turn, her NP will tick up. So I know that in 3 turns, she will NP me. And generally, NPs will one-shot your servants. The same way that you saw me one-shotting the enemy waves. If I allow her to NP and I don't do something about it, she will fuck me and just kill all of my servants. This guy, as I said, you can ignore him for the most part because all that he does is he debuffs my enemies, my allies, I mean. So I'm going to ignore your boy Great Tactician over here, and I'm gonna kill the Street Poet, or I'm going to attempt to kill the Street Poet. I'm going to show you why, what FGO does to limit you doing funny stuff. That was Waver, as I said, he can give 50% to somebody. See him being useful there. Ignore some of the stuff I'm doing, you don't need to really play by play. So, as I said, I'm going to focus down, I'm going to attempt to focus down as much as possible the Archer first. Well, then we did half of a bar. That's rough. That did not one-shot her. That's rough. Yeah, so as we knew, Waver was going to debuff us here. It doesn't matter that much. Especially, I think all of my servants avoided a stun as well. Yeah. But it doesn't matter that much. Because we already got our NP off, so him debuffing us doesn't matter that much. We're just going to try to break down her HP bar. As you can see, it's hard to see at this one because the colors are so similar. But you can see her HP bar is going down. It's like right here. It's at 24,000, which is rather low. Humble Lancer FPS has always been scuffed. Yeah, no, it specifically did that. That was not my FPS, actually. Like, it cuts as if it were like a picture book. So we're going to use one of the support casters NPs. Merlin here just gives like a whole bunch of buffs to your team, while Waver debuffs the enemy team. So Merlin's NPs will be healing us and giving us gain and stuff like that, and crit stars, as I mentioned before, over a long period of time. And that right there, what you just saw, is one of the main the main gimmick behind challenge quests inside of FGO, like any challenge and content. They have something called break bars. So we killed her, we drained her HP to 0, and yet all that did is get rid of one of these diamonds. That's because she has 3 health bars and not 1, and you cannot overkill this health bar. So that's why I wasn't like trying to rush out another NP or anything, because it wouldn't do anything. Because you have to break through each health bar individually. So you have to make a team that surrounds it. And also a lot of times you can see, every time that you break a health bar, they'll have certain effects. There are no effects that I need to worry about right now. But like sometimes there will be like, when you break her second health bar, she'll enter like another phase, and then she'll get like her NP immediately, and so you need to worry about that. So right now, I can use Tamama's charm. It didn't work. So right now, we can use Merlin's invincibility. So we know that she's going to NP my team, so I need to protect it somehow, so I'm going to use Merlin's invincibility, and then I'm also going to try deal as much damage as possible to her. Yeah, break bars were added because when they added Merlin to the game, people were making challenging content not challenging. It's the thumbnail. Okay. So now we get to the fun part of FGO. Waiver skills will come back. Okay, so waiver skills will come back. These give the whole party 20%. So now I have a choice to make. I have Waver's last skill. I can give 30% to either Waver himself or to Merlin, and that would give their NP immediately, or I can give it to Tamamo. I think that giving it to Merlin is probably best, and that's because Merlin, the more that you use his NP, the more his buffs stack, and one of his buffs is giving the whole party, one of his NP's buffs, effects, is giving the whole entire party NP. So I'm going to use Waver's 30% here on Merlin, so I can try to loop his NP here, to just like get us going and make the Merlin stack made. When I heard that Merlin is busted, correct. Merlin is very, very, very strong. He's one of the best units in the game. So like right now, if you can see all of the effects that I have, all of these little things right here are buffs, and almost all of them are coming from Merlin's NP, because we're just stacking all of his effects. So like Merlin, as a caster, who has one of the lowest sergeants of the game, gave us 17 crit stars, and is healing every one of our team, and is giving them all NP every single turn. The problem with Merlin is that in farming content, you're never going to loop his NP or anything like that, because you just want to blow up all the waves, but in Challenge House content, where you can stack his NP like this, he's a fucking hilariously broken servant. Okay. Yeah, so now we can explain the face card system, by the way. Merlin broke the game. Yes, correct. Merlin broke the game, and they had to add enemy mechanics in order to fix the game again, because Merlin broke all the difficulty of the game. So the way that cards work, on a face level is really easy. It said Buster deals more damage, Art gives more MP, Quick gives crit stars, and Quick is generally the worst card. Because you don't need to use quick cards to get crit stars anymore. However, there are more effects than that. So for one, the first card in a chain will slightly alter the effects of the rest of the cards in the chain. And they just do what you would expect them to do. So if the Buster card is first, yeah, you see all cards Buster effect gain. Meaning that all cards in the chain will deal slightly more damage. If you use an Arts card first, all cards in the chain will give you slightly more NP, and if you use a Quick card first, all cards in the chain will give you slightly more crit stars. Someone that's not a Scotty enjoyer, Quick cards are objectively the worst cards in the game. Just because Scotty band-aided that fucking shit stain of a card does not make it good. Does not mean it's not the worst card in the game. It made it usable, but it's still the worst card in the game. Anyway, besides the point. Besides that, so the other thing is that as cards go inside of a chain, the later cards in a chain will always, regardless of what effect you have, deal more damage. So in general, for this one, if I wanted, so like I could, for example, I could go Arts, Buster, and I could use this. Or maybe, no, it'd be better to do this. It'd be Arts, Buster. So what this chain would do is Waver's card would go first, giving all of these cards more NP. And then I would use both of my Tamamo cards over here to deal the most amount of damage with the Tamamo cards, specifically the Buster last because Buster deals the most. And then also, I hopefully would be able to gain 100% NP. However, that's an additional mechanic. If you use 3 of the same card, they gain a special effect. If you use 3 quick cards, you get 10 extra stars. 3 Buster cards just gives you hella damage, and 3 Arts cards gives 3 Arts cards gives all the units in that chain, all the cards in that chain, 20% extra NP. So for an example of this, I'll just use the Arts chain. See down here, both Tama and Waver got 20% without even hitting him. Arts supremacy, by the way, yeah. Sending does. And those... So it looks like the very first Merlin MP wore off, but we're still stacking double Merlin buffs. Waver debuffs us here, but it doesn't really matter. Oh, he stunned all 3 of us. Fuck, okay. So Waver, by the way, his MP has a % chance to stun. The very first time, he stunned none of us, and the second time, we got fucked. This happens sometimes. Oh, am I dead? Fuck, wait. No, go back. Bites the dust. So what we did there is called a pro gamer move, okay? If we exit the game while the enemy is attacking, it will start the turn over again. This is a very advanced FGO technique called Bites the Dust. Very funny here, as a side note. The as you can see, I said this before many times, I have like 500,000 wallpapers here on my whatchamacallit. And it just so happens that when I'm playing FGO, there happens to be a wallpaper that includes an FGO character. Man, it's so weird that that game crashed like that. That was wild. That's crazy, right? Like, man, LD player. Maybe I should switch over to BlueStacks or Nox. So weird. Why'd you close the whole emulator? I panicked. There is not a good answer to this. There is not a good answer to this. I think we might still be fucked because of Waver's NP stunning all 3 of our allies. That was really unlucky. Or 2 of the 2 allies. Yeah, so Tamamo has an invincibility skill, but she's stunned, so she can't use it. So I think what I'm gonna have to do here. So Mash is my next character in my line. So what I'm going to have to do is I'm gonna have to use my Mystic Code abilities. I'm going to have to remove the stun from Tamamo in order to use her invincibility, and then use invincibility on Merlin, who is the more important support. And then I'm going to let Waver die. And then Matt will replace Waver on the field. I actually don't know if we'll be able to beat this. It's looking pretty rough. Yeah, so Waver's super fucking dead. And of course, as you saw, one of Tamama's effects, and one of the reasons why she's not a great servant, when she uses her invincibility, she stuns herself at the end of the turn. So now Tama is stunned. We evaded getting stunned by stunning ourselves. I think I'm going to taunt with Mash here, hopefully under the guise of getting Mash's NP. Because Mash's NP will allow us to eat another NP. So I'm going to do this. Try Skyhawk instead. Yeah, I was under the impression that it wouldn't matter between Skyhawk and Tama Lancer, but I forgot that in this challenge sequence, Sei gains hella debuff immunity. So she the charm from Tama, which would work as a stun, doesn't work. I want to make an arts chain so I can get Tama's, so I can get NPs. NPs are really important right now. I really need Mash's NP. I need Mash's NP extremely quickly. We have one more turn before the NP. Okay, we have Merlin's skill back up. We're fine. We can actually eat another Sei. Yeah, we can eat another Sei skill because we can eat another Sei NP because we have Merlin's invincibility. And then we're just going to Arts Loop. This gives both. This should give both Mash and Tama their NPs back. That is only immune against NP seal. Oh, so did Tama just miss the charm then? Because Tama charmed. I guess Tama just missed the charm. So it's just inflict charm. Yeah, so it is what it is. Tama charms 100%. Well, then what the fuck just happened? If it's only listen, one of these things is not true. So nullify buff to immunity. Okay. What just happened there? Does Sei just have does one of her Sei's passives is that she's immune to charm? Does Sei's passive is that she's immune to charm, right? Sei FGO. What? So yeah, Sei's passive, one vehicle teaching, it increases charm debuff resistance by 100%. No, Tamamo's, I know for a fact, Tama Lance's charm does work on females. It will charm anyone. So because the downside of Tama Lancer's charm is that it gives them NP gauge. That's why you only use Tama Lancer's charm when they're already at max full NP gauge. Here, I'll switch over the OBS. So right here, one of Sei's passives is that her own charm debuff resistance is 100%. So it's not that so this buff right here is only against NP seal, but she has charm resistance by 100%. That's just what Sei does. That's just Sei. Sei's just immune to charms. Because it would say only debuff males, but inflict charm one turn and increase their charge. So, but we're fine. We have Merlin's skill. We have illusion. We're just gonna go for max damage this turn. Too zoomer to care about love. So yeah, so Skyhawk would work. I just got fucked because I didn't know that Sei had 100% debuff, sorry, 100% charm immunity. So I thought like Tama Lancer and Skyhawk would be the same, but. We can probably use Mash here. Mash's NP, by the way, it gives like massive debuff. It gives like massive defense up. It doesn't actually give immunity, but it pretty much does. It's the closest thing to immunity. So we're going to save this NP. For when Sei is able to MPS again. And hopefully their waiver doesn't fucking stun all my servants this time. Zoomer too busy dabbing this so. I looked away. I looked at chat. Did she stun again? You're a bitch. Get him. Get him, Mash. Hit him. Oh, yeah. Skyhawk's stun has a fire which hits the land. Yeah. Okay. She has evade? For how many? 3 turns, 3 attacks, so it's protection from arrows. Oh, I want to use Merlin's NP, but I also really need to get rid of hers evade. Actually, it doesn't matter, right? Because we just use a card before they NP next turn. So I think we just hit, say, 3 turns with face cards. I think that's what we have to do. Is that game playable without Merlin? Yeah. As long as you have whatchamacallit. As long as you have at least some support caster, or at least a friends list with some support casters, you should be fine. Nani. Okay. Hopefully Mash can allow us to tank through this. If Mash can't actually help us tank through this, we might have to Bites the Dust here. In fact, I'm going to do Mash's last. I think the overcharge gives more defense, right? Oh no, the overcharge is attack. So it has to be this time. Yeah, the end game is definitely playable without Merlin. Like this my front wave here could have been something like Tamamo and Arts Lancer and Waver. It could have been Waver Mash and some sort of Lancer. If I wanted to get spicy, it could have been a Berserker, but that would have been rough. Because Berserkers are paper thin. We might not actually survive Save's MP just with Mash. This might be really rough. This might be a wipe. Well... Are we resetting? Are we resetting? We are not. Ooh, okay. Okay. Yeah, by the way, this servant right here, Mash is free. She's like the quote-unquote main character of the game. And she's a very good servant, as you can probably tell, as I'm using her in hard content anyway. I, an endgame player who's been playing since day one, still uses Mash. Illusion is up in 1 turn, so the next NP won't matter. We just need a lot of healing. I need Merlin's NP to get back up. Because if Merlin dies right now, with Merlin's NP being our only source of healing, it's really rough. Maybe I should just go for the kill though. She's really low. If I get Tamamo's MP one more time, she dies. Her attacking Tamamo that was really good for us. Waver's Skull is next. Waver's Skull being next is so rough. Wait, if Waver NPs and stuns all my servants, I die. I just have to live with that fact. I just have to live with that fact and attack. This is in God's hands now. Say's HP is low enough that it's possible that even if Waver screws us over here, I saw at least one stun. I know Tama's stunned. Mash didn't get stunned. Okay, we're fine then. We just roll through this. Yeah, later on inside the game, they kind of nerf Mash. They give her an upgrade that's actually a downgrade. It is what it is. So I think that we've won by now. I don't think that we can... Well, we definitely can lose, but I don't think it's very likely that we lose. With Merlin double NP going here and the main NP damage threat being dead, I don't think that we're in any danger. Yeah, I won't tell you why later on. Yeah, don't put spoilers as to why Mash is going through whatever she's going through. But yeah, later on, just know that she gets another form, and it's supposed to be quote unquote an upgrade, but it's very bad. And some of the later missions, because they want to keep to story, make you use Mash in the upgraded form, which is a exercise in pain. Okay, now we're just slapping face cards. I just want to kill her as fast as possible, so... Could you just not take the upgrade? No, because she... In lore, Mash has to take the upgrade, let's say. Yeah, we've busted Chain. Hell yeah, Unga Bunga. Yeah, so it's not so. As you can see, I'm using Mash's original stage here. So this is the original stage where she's good. You're not always forced to use the new Mash. It's just that in certain story missions where in the story she whenever she's in the story and she has it, you have to use the costume. You have to use the downgrade. It's supposed to be a downgrade? Was it? I actually don't remember. I actually unironically don't remember. Don't put spoilers in the chat, but yeah. It's me, Dio, correct. Ooh, I think Brave Chain's better than Camelot. How's it going, my guy? It's going alright. I was teaching some people that didn't know about FGO, about how FGO works. I didn't think it was supposed to be, No, that's what I thought. No, because I thought that, I didn't think that it was supposed to, like, I didn't think it was supposed to be, like, a downgrade. I thought that, like, she just, she had to be that way due to, like, the way that Lost Belts worked. Like, because of what happened at the end of or at the start of Lost Belt 1, at like the 0.5, like she did, yeah, anyway. Yeah. No, yeah, exactly, yeah. because of what happened after what happened when Korea died. Yeah, that's why it's glitchy and stuff. Yeah. I can leave and be back. No, it's fine. It was just that I had a whatchamacallit, a misremembering because a lot of the she switched her costume like what 4 years ago now, so it's been a while, and chat was telling me that I was remembering wrong, which I was. Like, no, I do now remember that whatchamacallit, the things I had said before were slightly incorrect. Oh, you have time for multiple gachas? Well, the secret is that I don't. The secret is that I don't. What I mean by that is that I don't actually play multiple gachas at a time. All that I really do. Well, I'm trying to think about what the best solution is. I think it's Merlin Brave Chain. Anyway, but what I actually do is that I have like a couple of games that I rotate between playing. So like right now, I'm not really playing Arknights. All that I'm doing in Arknights is logging in every day, and sometimes I'm finishing all of my daily quests, and sometimes I'm really not. And the same goes for like Alchemy Stars, where like vaguely Alchemy Stars, FGO, and Arknights are the 3 games that I'm playing, but I'm only really playing FGO right now. Arknights and Alchemy Stars are on the back burner, where like most of the time I'll log in every day. Sometimes I won't. It is what it is. To play most of Gata, they must be low maintenance. No, correct. Well, they either have to be low maintenance, or you just, like, as I said, you just don't actually play multiple gachas, right? Like, I wouldn't consider myself actually be playing FGO and whatchamacallit right now. FGO and Arknights right now, because I'm really only playing FGO within the past couple of weeks. Like, I play Arknights sometimes, but yeah. No, exactly, because Arknights is really, really low maintenance. Arknights, I only really have to log in every day. When there's not an event, I really just have to log in and sometimes do my dailies. Like, I want, like, the Originium, and then, like, every week do my, Annihilations, but, like, it's really low maintenance. Like, it takes, like maybe 10 minutes a day. Can you not crit Merlin like that, dog? That was not very cash money of you. Like, unironically, I'm just not doing the rerun because I already got everything from the Gabrielle event. So I'm just like, I'm not doing the rerun after because I played Arknights a lot during the summer event, which was really cool. And I was like, yeah, that was fun. Now I'm gonna go play FGO because the Valentine's event I haven't finished it, and so I spent a whole bunch of time playing the Valentine's event. And also the key is don't fucking spend money on multiple games. Yeah, FGO is very time-consuming. To its detriment. It's time-consuming in weird ways. That's 10 minutes. You could spend that playing a card game instead, thinking I don't also play card games. That's a funny thought. Yeah, FGO has very poor quality of life. It's the worst part about the game by far. I think so. The gameplay is not for everyone. I like the gameplay because what I like in games is team building, and FGO's most interesting part about its gameplay is its team building. As I explained earlier, but I'm not going to go through the whole spiel again. Well, I think I could just kill him now. Well, I can NP again. Maybe I shouldn't have wasted on my go. That's fine. It's fine. The story is good because it's Fate. If you like Fate, you're gonna like the story. Or at least some of the chapters. Like, some of the chapters in Fate are legitimately very, very good stories. Like, I think I'll piss off the people that don't play FGO right now. I will tell you right now, and I like Arknight's story. Camelot and Babylon have better writing than all of Arknight's. Fight me. Camelot, Babylon, and Solomon are some of the best chapters in almost any game I've played. This is not good for gacha. They are good stories. They are actually good stories. And so like the gameplay is fine. The story is good. Is varying in quality, but can reach heights that no other I've never seen a gacha can reach before. The real problem with Fate Grand Order is that its quality of life fucking sucks and its gacha fucking sucks. And to see a game like that, to see a game like FGO, it's actually really sad. It's like watching something that has so much potential and then squanders it in like some really stupid areas. Like, how are you a game? How are you a fucking gacha game that's existed for like 6+ years and you don't have an auto battle system? I will never get over it. Is it a better story than Dark Souls? I mean, yes. Because I like Dark Souls, but the story of Dark Souls is really hard for me to give like a review on. And this is coming from like a pretty big Soulsborne fan. Because the story of Dark Souls is told in such a way where like you're more of a observer towards a world that has long since been gone, right? Like for Dark Souls, a lot of its story is like uncovering shit that happened 3,000 years ago about a whole bunch of dead societies, which is fine. But if you're comparing that to like Babylon or Solomon in FGO, their actual stories are like are stories. They have like a beginning, middle, and end. I don't know. It's hard to compare Dark Souls story to anything else. I wouldn't say better or worse. I think it's just difficult to compare them. Because Dark Souls story is so esoteric, it's really hard for me to like, oh yeah, no, totally, it's better or worse. Keep the fire going. Well, so Dark Souls, if you look at the whole entire trilogy, Dark Souls is a world and a story about kind of like the fight for survival, but it's much more than. So it starts out as just like a fight for survival, right? It starts out as if like the world is dying, the fire is fading, and you're trying to keep the fire alive. But what Dark Souls is really about is it's about like the hopelessness of it all. It's more like a game about despair and hope than anything else. Because you realize by the end of the game that you're not really the chosen one. The gods aren't really gods. They're not all powerful gods. And the fire, even if you link it, will fade eventually. You cannot ever stop the Age of Darkness from coming. All that you can do is continuously perpetuate the cycle of lighting the fire, but the fire will eventually fade. All candles, at the end of the day, eventually go out. And you can never really stop the looming Age of Dark from coming. And it's just like this hopeless brink of despair, kind of whatchamacallit. Aldia, on God, did nothing wrong. Aldia did nothing wrong. Oh, I need to, I'm looking for servants I need to bond up. Give me a second. I think Nito was bond 9? Yeah. You're a bastard. It has to be a 3-star or less. Is it Sasaki? Yeah, it's Sasaki. What? I'm just gonna spend the rest of my AP doing QP dailies. But after I'm done with all of my AP here, I'm probably gonna end the stream. So are there any last questions that you want to ask me? Any fucking stupid ass questions? Some of this art is gratuitous. Correct. Yes. I have no defense. Do we have any questions that don't involve the M-O-O-N word? Gwyn is an old man afraid of the dark, trying to keep the lights on. Yes, correct. Did you enjoy Atlantis? Yeah, I had mentioned before that I enjoyed Atlantis so much that I whatchamacallit, I enjoyed Atlantis so much that I started burning apples just so I could get through the rest of Atlantis. When do we have to fight in LOR? I might play whatchamacallit, I might play chat if anyone's watching the stream next Wednesday. I'm jelly with your Summer Mordred. I fucking wailed for Summer Mordred. Do not be jealous of the amount of courts and or money I had to spend to get an NP2 Summer Mordred. You should learn this. You should learn from my mistakes. You should not be jealous of this. Have you tried Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Masters? No, I haven't had time. Honestly, on God, card games are more expensive than whatchamacallit, than gacha games for me. Because I'm pretty strong mental when it comes to like not rolling for gachas. Like I usually do not fall into despair and spend a whole bunch of money on gachas. But with card games, it just kind of like pisses me off when I can't make a deck, and so I end up spending money. I spent an ungodly amount of money on Hearthstone over the years. I don't even want to talk about it. I'm glad I don't play that shit game anymore. I've spent an ungodly amount of money on that. Okay, hold on, wait, where's it at? Hold on, just to get a better pin. Well, I'm gonna open up my Steam real quick because I'm doing this. Yeah, LOR is very free-to-play friendly, correct. LOR is the most free-to-play friendly I've ever seen a game. It's been called like a loss leader for Riot. Riot can just afford to do this because the reason that Riot really made LOR is so that card game people can slowly become addicted to the actual League of Legends where they make their real money. Like, I don't know if any of you... So we're talking about card games. The Hearthstone's really bad, but the even like Magic the Gathering Arena or like physical card games. So the random note about me: I've been a card games are probably the one genre that has most defined my life. Like, I played card games for a very long time. I was competitive in Pokemon. I actually went to tournaments and won a couple of tournaments in the Pokemon TCG. I played Magic for many years. I've played Yu-Gi-Oh! Not extensively, but I have played Yu-Gi-Oh! I've played Gwent, I've played Shadowverse, which is what I'm opening Steam to show you the amount of hours I've played on Shadowverse. I played Hearthstone for many years. I played Hearthstone until they made Demon Hunter, which was the final straw for me. I play Legends of Runeterra consistently. Artifact never happened. Did she just NP 5 times in this fight? So what I'm doing right now is a high-end kind of like whale strategy. It's a thing called looping, where if you can see, I have one DPS unit and I have two casters. I have two support casters. What I'm doing is that you can get on certain servants, specifically mostly art servants, although Scotty made it available for quick as well, and later on Busta will get one. You can, if you have the certain very specific servants at very specific NP levels, you can get so much NP gauge back just using your NP that you get all of your NP gauge back. So if you watch, right now, Rider Mordred is one of the only ones that can do this for arts, but I'll show you. So, I use all of my buffs. I basically buff the shit out of this one servant. And if you'll see, if you watch down here at the NP gauge, this goes all the way down to 0. I went really deep into the comma banner. Yeah. If you see down here, she has generated 132% of her NP just by using her NP. That's what we call a loop in the business. In the business we call that an NP loop. This is a whale strategy. This is why I did not explain looping when I was talking about the basics of what to do with FGO. Because you have to have pretty high end, so you have to have like multiple pretty high end servants with all of their skills at max level, and also their NP usually at above level 1. So you have to have more than one copy of them to do this. Like I had a lot of trouble doing this with NP1 Mordred, which is why I wailed for NP2 Mordred. Did you ever play fighting games? I'm not that big. I was never really that big into fighting games. So I'm in the process of scripting a video about my experience with fighting games over my years and how Guilty Gear Strive was the very first fighting game I actually ever managed to play consistently. I think Strive does a lot to onboard new players onto the fighting game genre, which is something that's a lot of other games that I've played have a lot of hard time doing. And it's really funny to me to watch the fighting game community, specifically people like Sonic Fox, dogging on Strive because it has no finesse and that it's an easy game, when their fucking their genre is dying because the FGC can't fucking onboard players into their genre. But it is what it is. Sonic Fox is a clown. True, and I'm glad Hotashi won fucking won Strive Evo, or the Guilty Gear Strive community would have been cancer to look at. It would have been toxic as hell. Generally, for those that don't know, Sonic Fox is a very, very good and prolific fighting game player who has reached the top of the world in multiple games, and he has been known to say that he doesn't like Strive, and that Strive is way too easy of a game for him. And in general, I think that the fighting game community can get really up its own ass. Of course, I have to like word this in a way. In the video, I'm trying very hard to word this in a way that doesn't come off as extremely toxic and judgmental. But I do feel that the fighting game community get really, really elitist in terms of like they want their games to all be extremely in-depth, extremely hard, extremely tech-based. Like, fucking Biken players are super mad that she doesn't have 15 ways to parry, and she doesn't have an air parry, and she's not just a complete knowledge check character. And it's like, can you calm down and maybe have a couple of characters, at least a couple of characters in your game that allow somebody that doesn't want to spend 100 hours looking up guides to play your game without learning the frame data? Like, I don't know. And when you say that, they go, oh, we'll play a different genre, play a different game. It's like, I don't know. Maybe we'll just let your genre die like it has been for the last 20 years. Who knows? NP looping was almost certainly an accident, and Delightworks just had to work with it. I am almost positive that when people started NP looping, Delightworks went, huh, that's kind of fucking broken. Anyway, because I say this because Delightworks in FGO, FGO has one of the worst balancing, has one of the funniest, worst balancing teams I've ever fucking seen. I swear to God, they released a Merlin into the game and then said, uh-oh, we did an oopsie. We broke our game. Like, Merlin literally broke FGO. They had to release enemies that could not die in one turn because Merlin was one-shotting every boss in the game. Like, I don't know. The Lightworks is kind of funny. Delightworks is a company that just releases random shit, sees what the community does with it, and then rolls with it. They're like, oh, people are using a 4-star to infinitely loop? Yeah, no, that's okay, I guess. I guess we're just gonna print more of those. I guess we're just gonna print more of those servants because people like them. Yeah, no, and I mean, listen, this is a personal preference, but I infinitely prefer the balance decisions that FGO and Delightworks makes over Arknights. I have a video that I'm making right now. I'm in the process of scripting it, where I go over the module system is a confusing mess of a mistake. I do not like the module system. Just buff characters. Just buff characters. I don't understand. Why are you afraid? Anyway. The anti-Merlin patch. That did actually happen. Well, and I thought Chaldra power crept. Yeah, no, you don't really know the power of Arknights. Is actually really good with power creep, considering other games. I mean, listen, FGO power creep still is nothing compared to something like Fire Emblem Heroes power creep. To be fair. Anyway, what was I going to show you? Yes. Moving over here for a second. Where is... How do I sort my games by play hours? Does anyone know? Shit. How do I do it? How do I sort games by play hours, guys? Does anyone know? Go to your library? Oh, it's my library? No, it's not my library. Well, I could just show you, but I know there's a way to rank them, right? Is it this? Okay, so finally, Final Fantasy XIV overtook it, but for the longest time, if you could see, Shadowverse was my most played game. How bad is Faye power creep? Very bad. Yeah, Aniplex is now the developers of FGO, yeah. I've played a lot of Shadowverse. I wish that I could show the hours for Hearthstone, but there's no way to get that information. The Big Black? Yeah. Well, I'm the Big Black. That's what I am. Well, so the problem with Fire Emblem Heroes is that Fire Emblem Heroes, so if we're directly comparing Merlin to a lot of the characters in Fire Emblem Heroes that raise the whatchamacallit, the problem with Fire Emblem Heroes is the speed at which they power creep. It's as if Merlin came out about once every month. Or at least with FGO. Merlin comes out about once every 2 years. Like, they released Merlin, and then they released quick version of Merlin, and this year they're going to release the arts version of Merlin. And I mean, like, at least they space them out, you know? At least, like, every 2 years, or every 1 to 2 years, there's some new really broken servant that breaks the game. And it is what it is. But in FGO, in Fire Emblem, they break their power ceiling about once every month. And they just don't care anymore. Yeah, about once every month. Yeah, that's about right. Hey, Dark Souls 2 wasn't a bad game, okay? I'll say it. Dark Souls 2 was an okay game. Yeah. Yeah, they have a new meta about every month. And it's just kept going up and up and up. But yeah, I did not know that Final Fantasy had overtaken Shadowverse. Shadowverse for the longest time was my most played game on Steam. No, you cannot enjoy your Shrine Unit. Well, and also on that note, and I've said this before, I do not like when copy systems, when getting multiple units of multiple copies of a unit matters a lot. It matters somewhat in FGO. It depends. Some units really don't care, like Attila doesn't fucking care. I don't know why I have 3 of her, because God hates me. And I really like how Arknights, the only real character is like Bagpipe. You really want potential 6 Bagpipe, but other than that, it doesn't really matter. But not only is there a new meta every month, but if you want to be competitive in things like Arena, you can merge a unit 10 times. You need to get 10 copies of a unit in Fire Emblem Heroes. 10 of them. 10 of them to fully merge a unit in Fire Emblem Heroes. And they power creep that unit within 30 days. Fire Emblem Heroes is a bad game. And you're wondering, well, why though, right? Well, like, why did, like, surely they just, like, won't roll for the new units. That's the problem. The end game of Fire Emblem Heroes is PvP. So yes, if you don't keep up with the meta, you cannot get the highest ranking in Arena and the highest ranking in Aether Raids. Or it's extremely hard. You can, but it's really, really hard. How's that game still alive? Fire Emblem fans, the Fire Emblem fans. What else are they gonna play? Three Houses came out like 4 years ago. What else do they have? They're on high copium. Yeah, it's and also, yeah, no, the Fire Emblem Heroes is one of the worst stories. They don't even try. The stories in Fire Emblem Heroes, they literally don't try. They just release characters and they're like, haha, I'm Lucina in a bunny suit. I'm evil now. Oh, you beat me? I'm good. Teehee. Roll for me. Roll for 10 of me. It's really bad. How do you think FGO is aging? Yeah, so, well, to start off with, this is important to understand. When you compare FGO to other games, that's really rough because FGO is one of the oldest, most prolific gacha games that's existed for a long time now. And all gacha games have an onboarding issue. That's why you see things like start dashes and things that help new players specifically to get a whole bunch of materials in the game, because gacha game, it is really hard to convince someone to start FGO when it's 5 years into its life cycle, when you could just play Genshin. It's really hard. The rates in Fire Emblem Heroes are actually good. I think the 5-star rate's like 2%, if I remember correctly, or something like that. I haven't played the game in a while, but I think the rates are like 2% or something. %, without pity for a 5-star. Yeah. The difference is that my phone can actually run Genshin. True, yeah, but no, so like in general, because gacha games, and so this isn't even a gacha game problem. This is a live service game problem. It's really hard to any live service game, when it gets to 5 years, it's going to have an onboarding problem. Siege has a massive onboarding problem. Siege right now is on the verge of possibly dying, and you're seeing its numbers slowly bleed out because it's been around for so long. Its age is starting to show in things like its whatchamacallit, in its engine and stuff like that. And in general, games like this tend to slowly bleed out. You look at things like Final Fantasy, which are the exceptions to the rule, but for the most part, even MMOs slowly bleed out. Any games like live service games like Siege will slowly bleed out, and gachas, because all gachas are live service games, will slowly bleed out over time. So if you compare like the amount of the growth that FGO is getting comparatively to the growth that Genshin is getting this year, that's kind of not fair. Because right now, because FGO and all of the gachas that came out around the 2010s paved the way for Genshin to exist by showing them that this was a fucking massive amount of money could be made inside of this industry. And now that the amount of people that will play gachas is bigger, like the pool of players is bigger, now Genshin gets to come in 2 years ago, or like 1.5 years ago, I think, and tap into that new market. And because they're a new game, a whole bunch of new players are going to be on it, because they're like, oh, well, instead of reading up on like 7 years of lore, where I have to explain the Moon Grail with you, and why is Hokusai's daughter Cthulhu, like, you just play Genshin. It's like, whatever, right? Like, it's just super easy to get into Genshin, and it's super hard to get into Fate. That's the main problem. Like, as games go on, they stack lore on top of characters, on top of lore, on top of characters, and there's so much to learn. Where, like, so the example where I was just trying to explain to you, like, oh, well, here's John, and here's Jean, but a tsundere goth girl. There's not that much that you have to explain to get into Genshin. It's like, well, like the pool of characters is way smaller. The lore is not as in depth because it just hasn't been around for that long, and so you don't have characters like Jean Alter but a Santa Lily. And it's just like it's just easy. It's just way easier to get in, and so FGO will slowly die. I don't know when. Like FGO, all live service games will eventually die. Genshin will eventually die. It's just that what happened faster to FGO because it's older. This is an old man at this point. No, and you can see, very specifically, you can see FGO is realizing this now. FGO is realizing that they are in trouble. That they right now are slowing down their growth pretty significantly within the past year. So they're adding features that are long overdue, like a pity system, like the servant coins and the Grail system. And every year they're trying to innovate with their systems. But that also that's a double-edged sword, especially when you're doing things like adding like the servant coins, because with things like servant coins and things like command codes specifically, all that means is that that's another thing that players have to, that's another system that players have to learn, right? Command codes for a new player are just another thing that's confusing. I never explained command codes to anyone during this stream, and that's because they're not necessary, but they are just like another thing that the players have to deal with, that new players will be confused by and will be intimidated by, and possibly drop this in terms of in favor of like Genshin or Punishing Grey Raven. System bloat is real with gacha games. This onboarding problem is real. You can't get a good job without 4 years in college. And it is difficult because do we even know that much about Girls Frontline 2? Because you can't just, unlike something like Call of Duty, you can't just release a new gacha game. What have they really they announced what's going to happen with Girls Frontline 2? Like, do you get to keep your account progression? Because if you don't, I'm pretty sure a lot of Girls Frontline players, especially whales, are going to riot, right? They're going to have to collect all of their characters over again from scratch, and that's just rough for people who have spent like thousands of dollars on a game. Like, you can't just make a sequel to a gacha game. I don't know what you're fucked. Like, I don't know what to do. So no, I'm not saying like command codes aren't complex to understand. It's just that like FGO doesn't have a lot of system bloat, but like if I were to compare it to something like Fire Emblem Heroes again, bad game by the way. There were like 13 different game modes in that game, and there were like a whole bunch of different systems that they've added over time, like merging and then level units and then pair units and then there's a whole bunch of shit that you have to explain. Where you're like, all right, here's the basic system. They're like, all right, so can you explain to me why this is happening? And it's like, well, I forgot to explain to you the other 13 systems that you need that they've added over the 3 years that the game has been released. Girls Frontline plays 10 years after this, so probably gonna have a different cast. No, even that's a double-edged sword, right? So if it's a entirely different cast, what that means is that you can't put any of the original characters that the players love into the game. You can't put like AK into the game or something like that, or UMP. And the problem there, or the real best girl, Thompson. Anyway, so that you can't put those characters into the game. And what this means is, yeah, you're basically starting from scratch again. And if you do put those characters into the game, the people that had them at like NP5 are going to be super pissed off, right? Like you can't put Thompson into the game, into Girls Frontline 2. You can't have her be a rollable character without people who spent thousands of dollars to get Thompson to be really pissed off. Like I think the only reasonable way to do it, it's so hard. Yeah, it's just rough. I don't know how you do it actually. Like the more I'm thinking about it, the more I genuinely do not understand like what gachas have to do to make. I think you have to make a sequel because again the problem is that you can only update a game so far. Like even the one that I said was evading a lot of this. Even Final Fantasy, you can clearly show that a lot of the stuff, a lot of the concessions that Final Fantasy 14 has to make is because of the age of the game. Like there's a whole bunch of system stuff that they can't go back and fix now because so many other updates and have been layered on it for years and years and years. So you get things like snapshotting being really weird, slide casting being really weird, and a whole bunch of things that they just like can't add to the game feasibly because of the baseline coding technology that they have. And so, but you can't just release Final Fantasy 14 2. You can't just release FGO 2. You can't just release League of Legends has a really big problem like this, where there's a whole bunch of shit that's coded really fucking whack. And League of Legends, because the game is really old now, and you can't just update all of that code base without it creating infinite problems and infinite bugs. How do I show my friends list? Okay, anyway. I'll end with showing my friends list here. If any of you actually play this trap of a game called FGO, then you can add me. If you're still watching. Really don't know anything about the characters that go Frontline too? Yeah. I'm just saying that like the your friend summons? I mean, sure. I'm just saying that like the it is just really rough. Like I don't know how you make a sequel to a gacha game without like alienating half of your fans. Like no matter what you do, you alienate so many of your long-term fans. Like it's just the characters they love aren't in the game, but the characters they love are in the game, and they have to roll again for those characters. Either way, people are mad. But it's necessary because you're working with a code base that's over a decade old, right? Like it's just rough. You're already done with the Valentine's ladder? Yes, I am. Can you show your friend code again? Yes, I can. This is not the right... So yeah, I think that in the end, just as with Dark Souls, somebody had mentioned Dark Souls, the fire of every single gacha game will eventually flicker out and fade. And doing small things like trying to add new systems. FGO, the real story of FGO is actually the story of Dark Souls. They're actually the same exact story. In that the fire fades eventually. And that no matter what you do, no matter what happens, you cannot prevent the Age of Dark. All things in time will be erased. Is that also in your taskbar? Yes, it is. That's why my name is the Big Black on Steam and in League of Legends. And with that, well, there's some obviously delay. And with that, I think I am going to end the stream. Remember to use, here's some random life lesson at the end of the stream. Oh, I did not mean to get the black screen there. I meant to do the banner. Why is the banner not working? Hold on. No. There we go. So, all things fade in time. Make the best of what you have here. That includes spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on gacha game characters. You know, just do whatever you can. Don't actually do that. This is not financial advice. I am not a lawyer. I transferred out of stats and took formal